for listening.
Welcome to the wonderful world of wine, exploring all things wine with you. We are your hosts, Kim Simone and Mark Lindsay, and you can find us on Facebook at The Wonderful World of Wine. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of The Wonderful World of Wine. I am Kim Simone, and I'm here with my co-host, Mark Lindsay. How are you this week, Mark?
I am great, Kim. How are you?
I'm good. Ready to talk a little wine?
Always.
All right. So today we're going to be a little bit of prognosticators and talk about what are the trends in the wine world, what might be the popular wines that are coming onto the scene over the next year or so. And
Yeah, well, you sent the clarifier about the 5:30. You should have sent both that.
Good evening. Time being 7 o'clock, I call the May 25th, 2022 meeting of the Franklin Town Council to order. Tonight, we offer a moment of silence in memory of the 18 children and 2 adults who were murdered yesterday at the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, and to show our love and support for that community. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Announcements from the chair. All citizens are now welcome to attend public board and committee meetings in person. Meetings are live streamed by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 11 and Verizon Channel 29. In an effort to maximize citizen engagement opportunities, citizens will be able to continue to participate remotely via phone, or you may click the Zoom link that is on the posted agenda and on the town's website. The phone number is 1-929-205-6099, and enter the meeting ID number, which is 849-2621-5441, and then you need to hit the pound button. If residents are just interested in watching the meeting, it will also be live streamed by Franklin TV. Chairman, everybody is here this evening, so there will be no counselor participating remotely. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The town council will give remarks appropriate consideration and may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Looks like we're fulfilling everybody's needs by having everything on the agenda.
We got one.
Yeah, I haven't gone to Zoom yet.
Got it.
Okay, now is there anyone out in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? And there is someone, Marissa, if you just unmute yourself and name and address, please.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Marissa Bovey, and I am a Franklin resident at 69 Milliken Avenue. While we all have many important concerns to focus on in our lives and as community members, I believe one of the most pressing matters for our immediate future is climate change. Just this past weekend saw the first May heat advisory issued since 2006, and Worcester set a record temperature of 90 degrees on Sunday. Boston closed out 2021 as the warmest year on record, and NOAA's state climate summary for 2022 predicted New England to warm faster and to a higher degree than other areas of the country. This report also predicted the number of extreme precipitation events to more than double by the end of the century. These sorts of changes will alter New England and Franklin as we know it. And climate change is happening now, so it's crucial for us to act now while we still have the chance to mitigate these devastating predictions. The current scientific consensus is that to mitigate climate change, we must reduce carbon dioxide emissions and reach net zero by 2050. Net zero in this case is a term that refers to the condition where greenhouse gas emissions traveling into our atmosphere are being balanced out by a removal from the atmosphere. While offsetting our carbon emissions may be a part of this goal, greater, more stable success is to be had by lowering our emissions to balance with the natural processes that remove carbon dioxide already. We are currently putting more carbon dioxide into our atmosphere than is being taken out, and this is driving climate change. This is why net zero is such a key goal. In 2021, the state of Massachusetts passed a climate roadmap bill, which set the state net zero emissions target for 2050. These climate goals are what we need to help ourselves and our planet, but they are only the first step. Every town in Massachusetts must take action to help achieve these benchmarks, including Franklin. I commend the town council for committing earlier this year to looking into how a net zero emissions plan can be a part of Franklin's green community goals. This commitment to sustainability is what helps keep Franklin moving towards the future. While such a plan would potentially have many components, I want to recommend that the council seriously consider adopting a new stretch energy code. The Department of Energy Resources is currently working on drafting an updated stretch building code that addresses the guidelines established by the climate map, including net zero goals. The code is anticipated to be released this fall. I ask that this be discussed once the new special stretch building code is released so that Franklin can do our part to help achieve net zero and to help keep our planet livable for our children and for future generations. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marissa. Is there anyone else out in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? I don't see anyone. Okay, moving on. With the time being shortly thereafter 7 o'clock, I will now open the public hearing on the fiscal year 2023 budget. Before I turn it over to the town administrator, on behalf of the entire town council, I first want to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the entire municipal and school staff for another incredible job over the past year. As we sit here this evening, I can't help but think of the incredible work all of our staff have done to manage through the pandemic, the beginning of the recovery, and to get us back to somewhat sense of normalcy. I know I speak for everyone on this council. Thank you. Great job. We are so proud of everyone in their service to our community. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the town administrator to give a brief statement before beginning the hearing. Jamie.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the council and all the folks that are watching in Zoom land and at home on TV. Hopefully people are getting this in just before the Celtics tip-off, so I'll try to make it quick. But in all seriousness, as I present to you tonight the town administrator's FY23 budget, I just want to take a minute, like you did, to thank the town finance staff, all town staff and school staff, the school committee, and the finance committee for their incredible work to date. As with every year, it was a team effort, and none of this would be possible without all of the work of the paid staff as well as all the volunteers to get to this point. With that being said, I sincerely hope everybody in the room tonight, as well as all those folks watching at home, take a long, hard look at what this organization has accomplished over the last couple of years and what the future looks like. I implore everyone to take a very deep breath and enjoy the view from the top for just this moment in time. It is critical. Why? We will continue to debate. We're going to agree, disagree, and we are certainly going to argue about many policy issues facing the community. But I feel it's very important for all of us to reflect on where we currently are and appreciate what we do have rather than just focus on what we don't. And that we should feel very grateful for what we stand for as a community, and in particular what the staff in this community and the volunteers have accomplished. The Franklin Public School District, as well as Tri-County and the Ben Franklin Charter School, are preparing our youth for the next steps in their life better than they ever have before. The academic achievements, graduation rates, athletics, theater, drama, music have all been immensely successful, many of them award-winning. Through its endless clubs and activities for kids, the school community is quite as vibrant and as successful as it's ever been. Our fire department is literally a Fortune 500 fire department, nationally being in the top, not metaphorically the 0.0001%, but literally of fire preparedness in the nation, and we know that that came with a huge assist from our DPW. Our police department will soon become a fully accredited police department within the Commonwealth, accomplishing over 300 different standards of excellence in community policing and propelling our department into an elite category across the state. Our DPW is taking on some of the largest projects in town history with the Beaver Street Interceptor, stormwater implementation, and securing millions of dollars, by the way, in grants for new infrastructure on Grove Street and throughout the entire community to better our roads, trails, and drainage systems in the community. They have never had this much work to do. I know I speak for them in that, and I've never gotten a complaint from them every single time the DPW rises to the occasion. Our senior center, recreation department, library, veteran services, who all continue to provide superb community programs and support for all ages, and never cease to amaze the citizens in this town at how responsive, prepared, and innovative they are. The town has also made unprecedented investments in open space, parks, and trails. And to Marissa's comment earlier, the town has maintained our green community status by being not just a leader, but the leader in green technology advancement in our town facilities and schools. The town is very lucky to have a planning and permitting staff dedicated towards progressive and responsive development. And I would note in the Standard & Poor's rating recently, they said the tax base is very diverse and its values reflect the town's strong real estate and commercial industrial base. The truth is, despite what we read on social media from time to time, we have an extremely knowledgeable and helpful permitting and planning staff that wants to help business, not obstruct them. And finally, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of weeks ago, the town received notice that we have achieved the ultimate team accomplishment for a municipality by recently being awarded a AAA bond rating that reflects an administrative core of staff that is obviously very talented, passionate, and effective at their work. I'm going to conclude now by just simply suggesting, Mr. Chairman, these days are easy to get lost in all of the white noise of society, media, and sometimes even ourselves. But the truth is, as I look here and reflect and look forward and sit here tonight, the town's future is really, truly as bright as it's ever been. 2 years after the world has been shocked by the pandemic and other global unrest, Franklin sits here more resilient and accomplished than we ever have been before, and the fiscal year 23 town administrator budget continues these investments in the community, and we are very, very fortunate to be in the position we're in. I want to thank the town council for their continued support and all of us to do our jobs over the past year, and we appreciate your support in the coming year as well. I also want to close by thanking the Town Finance Committee for their support. They held 3 days of public hearings. They do deep dives in every line item throughout the entire budget. And at the end, they unanimously passed this budget along from their committee to the Town Council tonight. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not send out a special thank you to Dr. Sarah Ahern, who we all know shortly is going to be leaving to go to the town of Barnstable. for many people in the superintendent's job, I can't, she's
right there.
She's not in my sight lines, I don't know why. But in all seriousness, when you get to this chair, her chair, we are individuals who can always go home and know fairly what we've done right and what we've done wrong. Ultimately, we measure ourselves by whether or not, when we inherited this job, is the district or the community a better place than when it is when we left. And I don't think there's anybody that cannot make an argument that the school district is in a much better place after her 5 years of leadership as superintendent. I commend the school committee as well and want to thank them for hiring Lucas. We look forward to working with Lucas. Everybody that I work with on our team has a tremendous amount of great relationships and a lot of faith in Lucas's ability to lead this organization, and we can't wait. Well, we've already been working with him a lot, so we already know him pretty well, but we look forward to his leadership as well. So obviously, appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, on to the FY23 budget hearing. For those of you joining us for the first time, I'm going to give an overview of the process for tonight's meeting. This process will be familiar to those of you who have been a part of previous budget hearings. As usual, Councilor Jones, as Councilor Clerk, will read each department in the proposed budget total from the voting document. The voting document is linked on tonight's agenda on the town budget website, social media channels, and on the screen here to be broadcast by Franklin TV. I will go in order as presented in the voting document so everyone can follow along. Each counselor will have the opportunity to hold any departmental budget. Any staff whose department is not held, we're going to ask to please stick around in the event a counselor or a citizen later has any questions about those budgets as the hearing progresses. We will go in order of line item number, just like previous years. Public comment will only be after counselors have completed their questions for each department. As a council, we'll do our best to get through all of the department budgets this evening. May miss the third quarter. In an effort to avoid having staff to come back tomorrow. But we will certainly have to improvise as the hearings progress. Before we get started, I'm going to put a council hold on the following budgets, as I know there are questions from many, if not all of us, on those budgets. First one being public buildings and properties, which is facilities, fire, police, schools, and DPW. Those 5 departments will have council holds. Everybody will have an opportunity to ask their questions. So with that, Councilor Jones, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be my pleasure to read this year's proposed budget document. Department 111, Town Council. This is the FinCom's recommended amount off of our voting document, $4,000. Department 123, Town Administrator. Personal expenses, $391,083. Expenses, $34,532 for a total of $425,615. Department 131, Finance Committee, expenses, $1,500. Department 135, Comptroller, personal expenses, $491,450. Expenses, $81,300 for a total of $572,750. Department 141, Board of Assessors, Personal Services, $327,321. Expenses, $99,900 for a total of $427,221. Department 147, Treasurer Collectors, Personal Services, $379,142, with expenses of $91,105, for a total of $470,247. Department 151, Legal Services, Personal Services, $109,736 with expenses of $60,000, for a total of $169,736. Department 152, Human Resources, Personal Services, $241,532 with expenses of $34,750, for a total of $276,282. Department 155, Information Technologies, Personal Services, $37,645 with expenses of $384,597, for a total in technology of $422,242. Town Clerk, hold.
Hold. Okay.
Personal Services, $198,019, for expenses of $19,650, for a total for the Town Clerk of $217,669. Department 164, Election and Registration, Personal Services, $26,791, with expenses of $34,800. Total for election and registration, $61,591. Zoning Board of Appeals, expenses, $10,000. Department 177, Planning and Growth Management, Personal Services, $395,900.
Is that Kobe? Okay.
$395,971 with expenses of $32,300, for a total on planning and growth, $428,271. Department 184, Agricultural Commission, $1,000. Department 192, Public Properties and Buildings, personal expenses, $2,967,959, with expenses of $4,539,000, for a total of public properties and buildings of $7,506,959. Department 196, Central Services, total expenses of $150,000. Subtotal of general government, $11,145,583. Department 210, Personal Services, $5,866,231. Expenses of $316,140, for a total in police, $6,182,371. Department 220, Fire, personal expenses, $5,930,474, with expenses of $530,800, for a total of $6,469,274. Department 225, Regional Dispatch expenses, $610,664. Department 240,
Yeah,
is that Regional Dispatch?
yeah.
Regional Dispatch.
Okay.
Department 240, Inspection Department, Personal Services, $340,608, with expenses of $22,712, for a total of $363,320. Department 292, Animal Control, expenses, $80,700.
You hold that?
Yeah, animal control. Yeah.
292.
That's 292 hold. Subtotal Public Safety, $13,706,329. Next up are Public Schools. Department 300, Franklin Public Schools, $70,220,825. 390, Tri-County Regional School, $2,540,198. Norfolk Aggie, $66,660. Subtotal for education, $72,827,683. Department 422, Department of Highway, Personal Services, $631,136. Expenses of $545,100, for a total of $1,176,236. Department 422, DPW Park and Tree, Personal Expense Services, $529,825. Expenses, $516,750, for a total on DPW Park and Tree of $1,046,575. Department 422, DPW Snow and Ice, Personal Services, $203,000. Expenses, $853,500, for a total of $1,056,500. Department 422, DPW Central Motors, Personal Services, $200,935, with expenses of $667,900, for a total on DPW Central Motors of $868,835. Department 422, DPW Recycling, Personal Services, $84,528, with expenses of $33,000 for total DPW recycling of $217,528. Department 422, DPW administration. Personal services, $180,839. Expenses of $211,300 for total DPW administration of $392,139. Department 422, DPW stormwater. Personal services, $252,414. Expenses, $677,000 for total in DPW stormwater of $929,414. Department 422,
Hold on that,
422.
on stormwater.
I held all DPW,
All
so,
DPW,
all
sorry.
DPW.
Okay.
Department 422, DPW street lighting, for total expenses of $65,000. And DPW street lighting, line 424 is gone. So that's a total, subtotal of Department Public Works, $5,752,227. Department 510, Department Board of Health, personal services, $257,056 with expenses of $48,400 for total. For total Board of Health, $305,456. Council on Aging, personal services, $460,951 with expenses for $6,700. For total Council on Aging, $467,651. Department 543, Veteran Services, personal expenses, services, $89,054 with expenses of $11,115. Veteran Services of $165,000 for a subtotal for Human Services of $1,038,276. Department 610, Library, personal services, $705,524. Expenses, $352,000. For total for the library, $1,057,524. Department 630, Recreation, personal services, $336,147. Expenses of $273,400. For total in recreation of $609,547. Department 690.
Old recreation.
Department 690, Historical Museum, personal services, $29,708. Expenses, $1,000 for total in Historical Museum of $30,708. Department 691, Historical Commission, $4,000 for expenses. Department 695, Cultural Council, $15,000 for expenses. Department
Was that you?
696, Cultural District Committee, expense of $1,000. Subtotal of Cultural and Recreation of $1,717,779. Department 710, Debt Services and Principals, expenses, $4,199,000. Department 750, Debt Services and Interest, expenses, $2,250,120. Subtotal of debt and interest, $6,449,120. Department 910, Employee Benefits, expenses, $15,023,035. For subtotal of employee benefits of $15,023,035. Department 945, Risk Management, total expenses, $700,000 with a subtotal of liability insurance of $700,000. The total all general fund, $128,360,032. Under Department 434, Solid Waste Budget, personal services, $99,954, with expenses of $2,467,000 for total on solid waste budget of $2,566,954. Department 440, Sewer Budget, personal services, $802,798, expenses, $3,828,510, debt principal of $288,000, debt interest of $85,010, for subtotal of sewer, $5,004,318. Department 450, Water Budget, personal services, $1,479,850. Expenses of $2,306,000 with debt principal of $2,070,065. Debt interest of $604,367. for a subtotal of water, $6,460,282. Total amount of enterprise funds, $14,031,554. Mr. Chairman, with a total operating budget of $142,391,586.
Good job, Glenn. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to hold 131. I missed that at the beginning.
Okay,
Thank you. Finance.
okay. Thank you, Counselor Jones. As always, nice job. Okay, we'll start. The first line item held was 131. Brian?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I actually held that one because I didn't know when to say this. This year, because of the Finance Committee, I'm going to have probably half the questions I did because of their deep dive and what a great job they did. I just wanted to say that. And if people need to go back and watch those videos online, please, because they'll answer a lot of questions. And it actually saved me from asking a lot of questions that I probably would have already asked. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, next one held is 161. Glenn,
Yes, sir.
you had that one held.
Yes, sir. Line item 161 is in regards to the town clerk. As far as personal services expenses, as far as personal services are concerned, I do realize that the town clerk's position is an elected position. It does not fall under the department of the town administrator. And the total amount that the town clerk is currently allowed to make is set by the town council. I think that we would perhaps consider reviewing the total amount that the town clerk is currently making in comparison to other similar positions that are being held within the town.
Okay. Jamie, response?
Could you clarify a little bit, Councilor Jones?
I guess my question would be to you, what is an average town clerk making nowadays?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we certainly have some of our own numbers, but as all of you know, we hired a third-party consultant, GovHR, who's in the middle of a compensation and classification salary study. And I believe we're in the middle of that. Most of the folks in the room right now, just coincidentally, over the last few weeks have had their interviews. They filled out all the appropriate paperwork with the numbers. And we expect to get that document and that report later at the end of the summer is our anticipated timeframe. And so to answer that question factually, based on the same market metrics, the same comparables, many times in the past, communities say, oh, well, we want to cherry pluck towns. Well, there's a methodology our consultant is using as to statistical methodology to actually determine what are our comparable communities, what is the area that people are willing to commute for a job, et cetera, things like that. Not just the town clerk, but any position in non-union. And like I said, that study should hopefully be done by the end of the summer with accurate numbers to the current day. As we all know, to be honest, I mean, the labor market is very difficult. So it's a shifting dynamic in terms of what people are compensated. But this is an important tool for us, not really just for recruitment. I've said it to all the folks in the room, and I've said it to all of you. With the success that the organization has had and the great job and the incredible team we have, it's upon us, I believe, and certainly myself, I feel very strongly about this, that we needed to go out and look at our comparables to make sure we're adequately paying our staff what the market shows. And so again, that study should hopefully be done by the end of August.
Thank you, Mr. Analyst.
Okay. Bobby?
Yeah, thanks. Well, that was kind of the same question. I was going to piggyback on Glenn. Because I know it's an elected position, does she even get a cost of living raise?
Through you, Mr. She does, absolutely.
She does get a
and the
cost of
town
living
clerks, in my tenure here, have always gotten a cost of living adjustment in my 7 years. The legislation is on tomorrow night's agenda for the 2.5% cost of living adjustment that is being offered to all of our employees.
I didn't know with being an elected
So,
official, if she didn't get it.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Jim.
through you, Mr. Chair. So it is required under state law that y'all have to vote on that elected official salary.
Oh,
You have
okay.
to set it. So unfortunately, the town clerk position is the only one, is the only position in that category. I know Mark would back me up on that. We've been through this many times before, haven't we? And so, but the legislation tomorrow night, if you read it, sets the number at the 2.5% raise that all the other members of the staff are
I
getting.
wasn't sure because she was an elected official whether she got the cost of living rate or not.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, and I'm curious to see the compatible to other towns with what the town clerks are making.
Councilor Pellegri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe the 2.5 went automatically to the clerk. What happened was, back in the day, you would get X amount added to your salary for coming before the council and asking for that. But never did they get another 2.5%. So that's incorrect. And I think that Nancy certainly deserves a little bit more than what she is getting, but we have to be careful of what we say. As an elected official, we can only do one time during the year a salary increase. So if this survey is done in August, you can't make a change in that salary then. It's not gonna be until next year that she would get, the position would get any kind of an increase, so.
Yeah, Jamie.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I was hired at the end of 2015, so I can only speak from then to today. There's 2 points. The town clerk, you can look at the records, has gotten the cost of living adjustment every year since I've been here. That's just true. Number 2, we can actually adjust the salary mid-year. It's just simply legislation that goes before the council and says this is what the rate would be in the future. And the third thing I would add into this is every person sitting in this room tonight, everybody that's at home watching that's other member of our municipal staff, you have to be careful, and I think people have to be fair and equal to some level. I'll go on the record and say it. I think the world of Nancy. I think she does an amazing job. I think her office runs as well as any office in town government. There is no greater advocate for making her salary and that salary much more higher to a level that is much more market-based. I believe Nancy has fully made sure that job is a professional position. I think it has changed, as you would know as well as anybody, Councilor Pellegri. The job has been altered and has changed, and she's done it to an A+ magnificent level. And I think this room over to the left of me probably feels exactly the same way. The thing I would just simply say is that I think we do have to wait for the numbers to come out, because I think in fairness and equity to all of the staff, many other people are asking for the same thing. And to be fair to them, unfortunately, the inconvenient truth of this is that the position, you all have to vote on the salary. And so there has to be a roll call vote at some point. And unfortunately for her, she's the only job, because it's elected, that has to go through that process. Thank you.
All set, Councilor Pellegri.
Well, just that I don't agree with everything you're saying, and I will get backup information to show you, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegri. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Jamie. Yeah, that's why I put it on hold, because I saw we were approving the cost of living tomorrow night for her. But normally, obviously, we don't get involved in employee issues, but again, she's elected. So what concerns me is I'm looking out on, and it's all public record, every person out there, except for one department head, is way above Nancy. And I think she's just so low that I almost feel like we have to get her adjusted. I mean, every single, except one person I looked up, and that person just started. So it's not a long-term employee. Every single person in this audience is above her. So I think that is a problem. And I know we're gonna need to find some money, because I don't think I do not wanna wait until the summer for a salary survey. I think that she's that low. So I don't know how that will be handled, Mr. Chairman, maybe you can fill
You'd
me
have
in.
to find a place to take it from, so you'd have to take that money from some other budget
So we
in
have,
order to,
so we have 24 hours to look through this, okay.
Yep.
Be ready, somebody.
Okay, is there any other counselor? Anyone in the audience? Anyone in Zoom? Okay, we will move on to 177, Planning and Growth. Kobe.
Yeah, just a clarifier, I couldn't quite get the numbers to work for the increase. I was just hoping you could explain the large increase in that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, really quickly, two things. One, you'll notice a huge decrease in the building department budget. That's because all of the permitting clerks were in Gus Brown's budget. And now that all have been cross-trained and kind of within their own department, you'll see an increase for both, for Tyler is now the administrative assistant in the planning department. So that full-time job came out of the building department and went into the planning department. It's just kind of a shuffling chair,
Got it.
shows around. To accurately reflect, I think, the work that he's doing. You'll see in the Board of Health as well, there's a +1 position there. It came out of Gus's budget, but Melissa is doing mostly health committee-related work, and so that switches there. And then the second major adjustment is the fact that our new conservation agent is now a full-time position as opposed to a part-time position.
Yeah, I had
The
that.
bandwidth of the job has expanded. Obviously, there's more than enough work to do, and it was going to be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to hire a part-time conservation agent in this job market.
Yeah, that was it. And I just met her. I had known that one, the part-time to full-time. I just met her. She's fantastic. So thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you. All set, Kobe? Councilor Jones?
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarity. Jamie, to you, is it it's safe to assume, unlike any other budget that we've always had, like planning and growth, where you're gonna see changes reflected based on position movements, positions removal, shifting of the budget. Stormwater is one of those things, correct? Like stormwater was originally in the DPW budget, and now it's in its own line, so there's a whole bunch of accounting changes there. These numbers seem big in one and lower in another compared to last year. It just simply boils down to accounting. for
Through you,
many of
Chair,
us.
to Councilor Jones, some of those large decreases and bumps are due to a couple of the jobs, like I just mentioned, moving around. So stormwater be another example.
And this won't, right, this won't be the only department that this is going to reflect that
There's
type
too
of
many,
change.
but it's not the only one, you're
Right,
correct.
thank you, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that was just a point of clarity.
It's okay. Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other councilors? Anyone in the audience? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, we'll move on to the next held department, which is 192 facilities, and I put a council hold on that. Mike, I know you're in the audience. First off, I want to say thank you. Please come forward. To you and your entire team, obviously including all the custodians, for another incredible year. And to once again remind folks that we were the first municipality in the state to install the UVGI technology in our town and school buildings, and for being an integral part in keeping our employees, our students, and the public safe. I want to thank you for that. I only have one quick question, and that is, what are the big projects you foresee working on over the next year?
Well, the couple things first are more from last year that we're getting out to bid right now. You approved some extra money for the Horace Mann drainage to stop the flooding in there from the rainwater. So we're getting that out to bid. The Red Brook Schoolhouse, once that, gets through the funding process, but before the funding process is complete, we will have hard bids to restore the whole exterior of the red brick school, removing the old paint, repointing, removing all the boards on the eaves that have lead paint in them and replacing all those, replacing the 2 doors with doors that look exactly like, and also replacing the windows in the building that will have the old look on them. We found some photos from years ago. As you know, I'm working a lot right now on this building. We have a lot of improvements going here. We did the windows last year, but we have carpeting, painting, new boilers, new surveillance, a lot of things I'm working on currently. And what's coming up, well, we've talked about in the fall, maybe getting the police station study done, getting people together for that. That'll be a big one. That'll take some real time. And we still have Davis out there as a reuse thing, which will be coming along before long once the building is in the hands of the town. So all those things, got a lot of folders open right now, and hopefully get all that stuff moving and done over the summer.
Thank you, Mike. Questions, council? Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mike. Just kind of figuring out how you're handling, I know you're sending things out to bid with the price increase on everything drastically going up, and how do you figure that in your proposals? How do we come back with like if we do the red brick school, they're gonna come back with another $100,000 after?
We shouldn't. So that's a pretty new, so every, that's an engineering firm that we brought in last fall on that. We had about 2.5 months ago, we got the first round. We made some changes in the project. And just over the last couple weeks ago, we got the last estimate from the engineer. The architect for like the carpeting and the painting, that stuff's all current. So we're really, every design professional that works for us is required to submit an accurate, up-to-date budget of what they think the project will cost. And they're looking at real-time stuff. They're looking at stuff they've been bidding over the last 6 months, so.
Okay, because I know where I am, they've been putting in like a possible 15% increase, and be prepared for that. I was just wondering if they're throwing that in on your bids.
Exactly. So everybody, going from a design contingency, there's some amount of money. Brick School's one of those out there that, because I really don't, you never know totally what you're going to find or what extra thing you're going to have to do when you start these projects. So every project has a design contingency going from design to a hired construction bid. So.
Okay, I just was wondering if they were in there. Okay, thanks, Mike.
And in most cases, most of these projects not only carry a design contingency, but they carry a construction contingency as well. So you have 2 pieces. If there's a design error, you go after from the design piece, design contingency. Construction-wise, you go after the construction contingency. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, the school's custodial staff falls under your purview, correct?
That's correct.
One of the things I've heard on several occasions is, the custodial staff is having a particularly difficult time at the Franklin High School in regards to trying to, keep up with much of which happens at the high school. And another thing I wanted to bring up is that on several occasions that I've been at the high school, I've noticed there to be a significant amount of litter, trash, and other lingering things that kind of propagate around the perimeter of the school. And I don't know if it's a staffing issue or if it's just, kids are just getting a little extra jubilant, and these things tend to end up in the bushes, they end up in the rocks, and the building itself, for all intents and purposes, has been quite littered. And I don't know if you have staffing issues, or if this issue is really being addressed. And is this common throughout the other schools as well? I haven't been to Horace Mann, where my daughter goes to school, but.
It hasn't been in the other schools in deference to the kids have had a much tougher last couple of years than any of us expected. And so the past year has been a much tougher year, inside, outside. I sense it in all my staff. But they seem to be coming together better, going towards the end of the year. Graduation going to be happening. This is a much better running year than last year. And that's more the whole thing, but in the, when you talk about the outside of the building, we have had frequent discussions between the DPW, the athletic director, Ryan from Recreation, and everybody that's got kids outside using, the spaces. And litter has been a constant issue that we've been dealing with. It seemed to have gotten a little better since the teams actually got formed and the coaches, Tom Angelo had sent something to all the coaches, pick stuff up. We try to get outside, we're just not outside that much because there's many things going on inside for my staff. But we hope to, and in concert with the local trash company, we're trying to, facilities last year did partner in the fall and is going to be again with the DPW. When you talk about fields and outside barrels and everybody that's using the field, recreation, the town leagues to try to get that. So we're all trying to do that.
I wanted to bring it to your attention
Yep.
so that at least it was on your radar of something to keep aware of. I mean, I've heard several things through custodial staff about them having some difficulties just keeping up with the level of the kids' trash, throwing pizzas in the cafeteria and sticking them to walls, and kids being kids, but just a variety of things. I just wanted to bring it to your attention if it hadn't already been brought to your attention.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
Well said, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair to Mike. Hi, Mike, thanks for being here tonight. And thank your whole staff for what they do. I just wanted to ask you a question about the Horace Mann project. I know that we have flooding there. Is this about how do we fix it, or we already know how to fix it and we're gonna get it fixed? Is it the start of the whole project, or how long do you think it's gonna take? Which is kind of like probably guesswork, right?
So the plans were all done
Okay.
last summer, and we went out to bid, and it came in extraordinarily high. But it was running into school too, so it was all gonna be second shift work. We did get money from capital, comparable to the bids we had been getting in the summer and in the late fall. And right now, they're just making a few final changes to the documents, and that's all ready to go out to bid. And we believe we have solved the problem, and we're doing pumping into the same area that we're gonna be pushing it through, so. That should be an early summer project.
Great, thank you.
You're
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Mike. I've actually asked this question in the past, I think. Councilor Jones brought up the custodians. I see that you have quite a few open 19-hour positions. Can you not fill those?
So we hadn't been able to, but just recently, we've actually been able to, we've hired 3 people just recently.
Okay.
And we'd gone such a long time. I mean, they're actually pretty good paid positions. They're working in, it's a 4-hour a night person working 5 days a week in a town building. We do go into police and fire. We try to get in there at least one day on a weekend. But there was a period that we'd get, answering the ad, we'd get people. we'd actually sit there, Richard and Karen would sit there to interview, and 3 people who told us they were coming wouldn't even show up.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's a personnel issue too. That's why I saw some open positions, and I thought that might help with some of the outside, because, but if you walk around the track, I mean, the garbage barrels are filled. He's not just, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're working on
Yeah.
with DPW and us to.
All right, I was just wondering about those
Outside.
open positions, if that
Yeah,
might help.
it is
but-
definitely an issue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor Chandler. Any other counselors? Just to follow up on Counselor Jones's question, is there a need for more outside containers? More around the fields? Just a question.
I think there's probably adequate containers, it just doesn't get put in the containers.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say, I thought we put a lot of them in. when we built it, but
It's the jubilants, too.
Definitely the jubilants.
Kind of sums it up.
Yeah. Okay. Seeing no other question from the council, anyone in the audience? Anyone in Zoom land? Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, next department held is 210 Police. Chief? Chief, again, let me just begin by saying thank you to you, your entire department, staff, administrative team. The job the police do and the life-threatening situations you sometimes have to put yourself in is amazing. We certainly do appreciate every single thing the police department does to help keep our community safe. And I just wanted to start with that statement in lieu of everything that's going on out there in the world today. Today, it's so important, and I can't thank the entire police department enough. So, many in the community may not know the word that Jamie brought up earlier. What is accreditation? And I'm going to give you the floor because I'm not sure I could answer it.
Yeah.
What's being accredited and why is it so important? And how many communities are accredited in Massachusetts?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council.
Sorry.
Thank you for those comments too. I mean, I'm, you know, the town is blessed with the staff that we have at the police department.
Without question.
They do a tremendous job, you know, so I'm proud of everything that they've been able to accomplish over the years, including this past year, and what they're gonna be able, I'm, you know, real curious about what they're gonna accomplish, and one of the things is accreditation. But I'm gonna do one better than having me have the floor. Just so happens we have the accreditation manager here. Deputy Chief West.
What, did he see my notes?
No, he was coming anyway, just, you know, just in case this came up or anything else.
Good evening, thank you, Chief. So accreditation, basically, the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission, they establish standards that we need to follow, and there's currently 332 standards that we have to meet to become fully accredited. Those standards range from policies and procedures. They're all best practices in the industry. Some of them are equipment related, some of them are facilities related, like our booking, evidence rooms, holding facilities. So in June 22nd and 23rd, the assessment team will be coming to Franklin PD to inspect all of those standards to make sure we meet them all. There's physical inspections. They inspect all of our policies and procedures, and they hold us to the standard. Not only do we have to have the policies and procedures in place, but we have to prove that we follow them. For example, training, everything that we do, we have to show that we've done it, or else we don't pass. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does.
How many communities are accredited?
Currently, I believe there's 100 communities that are fully accredited. The first step in the accreditation process is certification, which we were certified last year in May. That's 159 standards that we have to meet out of the 332. So we were certified last year. This year, we'll have to do the rest to be fully accredited. So, and again, it's a risk management tool for us, and we will make sure we're following the best practices. We have all the policies and procedures in place, and that we're following them appropriately, so.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Questions from the council? Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. You guys, they do a great job, and you've done a great job in hiring. I'm just kind of curious, this year, do you intend to put any kids through the academy?
Okay, so, yeah, and the answer to that,
Because right now, we have 3 Franklin kids that are in the academy for Attleboro. One of them is Timmy Nagel's kid who works for you, Joe Corsi, and I forget the third one. So I'm just kind of curious if we're gonna ever put people through the academy, or we're just gonna throw our Franklin kids aside.
I mean, so the issues with the whole thing with the academy is, and how, put somebody through it is, there's a number of different things. Number one, is one of the issues we're gonna continue to have in the future unless something changes is hiring in general. 6 years ago, when we had our entry exam, over 250 people were in the cafeteria at the high school and took the test. 3 years ago, it was 175.
Yeah, it's all over.
This past November, it was 40.
Yeah, you are, I see what you're saying.
So there were 40 people that took the test. Not everybody passed. So, I mean, our list is very short, and not, and there were some, few from Franklin, but there weren't, a lot. Again, going back to the structural issues that we have, or just in law enforcement in general, when it comes to the way that we've done business for decades, is you hire a certain number of people, and then you depend on overtime to cover when people are going to be out and so forth. For the Franklin Police Department, for as long as I've been a member of the department, we have only ever had one over the minimum, meaning the minimum number of officers that we feel is absolutely necessary for their safety and for the call for service volume, so that we can professionally do our jobs and respond when we're needed. It's only one over the minimum, which means that when we're fully staffed and we have and somebody ends up either being sick or uses a vacation day or whatever it may be, when you get to that second person out, we're into an overtime situation. Third person, overtime situation. We've only been fully staffed for 2 weeks in the last 5 years, because we've had people out on injuries, we've had people out on extended illnesses, we've had, just any number of things, and all the retirements we've had. How long before you end up being able to fill those positions? So we're running at the minimum or even below the minimum, so you're talking automatic overtime. And I'm trying my best to make sure that we meet budget every single year, and we've successfully been able.
You do.
We've been successfully able to do that. So one of the things that comes up is, what's the difference between hiring somebody to go to the academy and hiring somebody that's a transfer? If we're gonna hire somebody off the list, it's gonna take anywhere from 3 to 5 months from the time that we bring the people in, we end up interviewing them, we do all the pre-employment the background checks and the medical and the physical and the whole 9 yards, and then wait for an academy to have an open spot where they pass their physical agility test, their physical fitness test, and now they're finally in. 3 to 5 months. 6-month academy, and then a 13-week field training. So you're talking anywhere from 13 to 15 months that open slot is gonna remain open with nobody in it, because we have an individual going through the academy. When we go and hire a transfer, I'm getting an already academy trained, an individual that has experience, anywhere from 2 to 5 to 10. We've run the gamut over the last 28 people that we've hired. They've run the gamut from a couple of years to, a decade or more on the job. When that process takes 3 months, from interviews, pre-employment, this and that, and then when they're on, it's usually about a 4-week field training, because we're not really teaching them how to do the job. They've already learned it. They just need to know our computer systems, our record management system, our way of doing business. So the turnaround is much faster. If we didn't hire the transfers that we had, I would have been before you a number of times asking for tens of thousands of dollars, because and the other issue that goes with this is that in the past, most officers loved overtime, and they would voluntarily accept overtime. We're running into, even with the way we've done business, a lot of times
That's
having
everywhere,
to force
Chief.
people to work. meaning that, because we, you know, we can force people to work. We're
Yeah,
a
because you're
paramilitary
group full.
organization, we have,
Yeah.
we have an obligation to staff the town appropriately with public safety.
You can't do that.
So when they don't wanna take it, somebody's getting ordered, somebody's getting forced. And we have a lot of forcing, we had a lot of forcing going on with COVID and everything else, and I can only imagine the disaster. I've had nobody leave in the last 5 years but one individual that's actually taken a job with another municipality. I've brought in 20+ from other agencies. And I'd hate to put ourselves in a position where, we would have been in a position where I think people would have started looking for somewhere else because they were just tired of getting forced. You know, tired of getting forced to work. So there's a lot of different things that go into it, but, and as I put in my budget statement, I would love to hire people off the list, but I would have to get to that 2 or more over the minimum, which would be another 5 or 6 offices. But it's a drastically expensive endeavor.
It's just a
You're talking
shame
over
that we
half a
can't take care of the people in Franklin. It really is.
you know, and I agree with you, but I, you know, as far as, and I'm familiar with Patrick Nagel's situation, this and that. I think he wanted to go to Attleboro anyway, and I did everything I could to make sure that was gonna happen. You know, I'm not saying he was hired on the merits, but certainly I did. And I would, and if I can't put people through the academy because we can't do it, I've offered to put people through.
No, you have.
Of self-sponsors.
No, you-
And then
absolutely.
sometimes we get lucky that a position opens, but if it didn't, they may have a chance to get on somewhere else. So I'm doing the best I can on a
No,
second
no,
thing,
you,
like, hey, I'll give
no,
you
no,
that opportunity.
I agree with you there, Chief.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'll say, Councilor DeLuca. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Councilor DeLuca brings up excellent points, and obviously you said you would like to hire the Franklin kids. I think the bottom line is that we're gonna need a number that it costs, you know, $7,000 for the academy. It costs $7,000 to pay him while he's in the academy. It costs this much in overtime to replace the guy. And then as a council, you know, if we want Franklin kids, then we need to, you know, talk to Mr. Helen and tell him this is this is the money we need to find. And, you know, it has been frustrating for us. I know it's easier for the chief, it saves money, and it's kind of the way we've been doing it, but,
Yeah, you can't blame the chief.
no, I'm not, I'm saying he wants to hire Franklin. And like you said, if we gave you a certain amount of money to do that, then why not do it? But it's gonna be a budget issue.
Yeah, there's nothing we can
And-
do.
And it always is, but I think it depends on how many of us really want Franklin kids to, you know, get on or whatever. I mean, it's gonna be the same thing with the fire department. But that's a little easy, you just go and get your paramedic and at least then you have a good shot. It's too bad there's only 40 people took the test, but
That's sad,
it is.
but that's everywhere.
It is, it's the way it is, no one wants the job, I mean.
Sign of the times,
I know.
unfortunately.
It's not just Franklin either, it's everywhere. You know, whether it be non-civil service departments doing their own, or the civil service, the number of people that took it is like it's drastically lower than it was a decade ago or 20 years ago. It's drastically, and Councilor Chandler, you make a great point, we did do that at one time.
Yeah.
We knew the 2 officers were going to be retiring.
Yeah.
I asked the town for money to be able to
Yeah.
take 2 people off the list, to be able to put them in there so that we could fund it while they were still here. Of course, I have to know that somebody's leaving. We've done some things through collective
Yeah.
bargaining to kind of incentivize them, giving us a lengthy heads up of when they're gonna retire, 9 months or more would be great, so that we could put people through. And now that we're at full staff, we might be able to at some point, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, in looking at everything before, it was a combination of wellness and not trying to keep morale up so that the officers weren't getting, you know, forced to work, and finances. So
Yeah.
it's a combination of the two.
And I just feel bad, because I still think it cuts our pool in half a little bit, because I'll use me as an example. You know, when I went to the academy, I had a 1-year-old and a 6-month-old, a wife, and we got paid. And I would never, ever be able to do that if we weren't getting paid. It just wouldn't have happened. Like, there's just nothing you could do. So that's another reason why, maybe they'd open up the doors to some other people that, you know, might be 28, 29 years old that want to get in, but they just can't afford to leave their construction job, they can't afford to leave their computer job. Just some thoughts, but I think if we got a number and we could put something together, it'd be easier for you.
I think the big key that Chief Lynch said.
I don't want, just raise your
Oh,
hand and I'll
I'm-
notify. You have the floor.
Yeah, I'm all set, Mr. Chairman, please,
Okay,
Bobby.
Counselor Delory.
No, I think the big key to the chief is if the people told him that they were gonna retire in a year, then he could do something. You know what I mean? If Jamie told you a year ago he was gonna retire, you could have hired somebody and put him to, because that would cover Jamie. You know, I get you there. But I know that when I took the police exam back in the eighties, there was over 100,000 people that took the civil service test. And I talked to my buddy that retired from Boston PD. He said the last time was like, I don't even think,
10,000.
I think it was like 9 or 10,000.
For the
So that's
entire
the difference. That's what we're facing.
Sure, for sure.
So, excuse me, sorry about that.
No, that's
Yeah.
okay. Counselor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the chief, congratulations on the impending
Yes.
accreditation. And Deputy Chief West, I was wondering if there was more training that is necessary for the accreditation?
Absolutely, I mean, well, there's training that, you know, Deputy Chief West and you know, Patrolman Richard Martini, who's our admin patrol officer, they go to for accreditation, and then being accredited makes it so that we have to do all the training, you know, that basically is mandated through the standards. You know, some of the standards are that you will do training. And so, yeah, there's a lot of, you know, there's been an increase in what we have to do. The way our schedule is with the time that the officers owe back has been instrumental. That's kind of like how we could do the active shooter training that we did yesterday and on Monday, as well as the budget itself. We've had a lot of turnover, so we've, you know, in key positions, so we've had we've been doing a lot of training, you know, sending people out and so forth, you know, to get that done. But accreditation does make us do it, and makes it so that we can't forget it and we can't ignore it, because they're going to come back and check on it in 3 years if we are accredited to make sure that we did everything we said. You know, it's one thing to have it in a policy; it's another thing it's in policy and you actually do it. And that's kind of what accreditation, you know.
Well, I love the more training. I mean, that's, will it raise your budget more every year, or do you think it'll be a straight training budget
I mean, the
line?
budget was raised. The budget was raised this year due to the fact of all the turnover. Like I said, key positions: deputy chief, lieutenant, admin sergeant, a couple of detectives, and you know, now I'm losing 2 of my longstanding community service personnel, so they all have to go to, you know, a number of different specialized trainings and stuff like that. So, yeah, training is the key to make sure that we continue to do as well as we do. And so I'd hate to see, you know, we don't want to skimp on that if we can.
Absolutely. So you're 1 over the minimum. Does that, police officers, so sometimes there's a lot of overtime, and you said there was only 2 weeks where you had this past year you had full staff.
In operations,
In
there are 30
operations?
patrolmen and 7 sergeants.
Does that jeopardize accreditation?
No,
That you could potentially just have to have people on overtime?
no, it wouldn't really affect accreditation.
Okay. I was also going to ask a little bit about recruits. So I was wondering if there was any outreach to build diversity in the force, if there's any grants out there to support minority candidates. If I know you guys go to Dean and Tri-County to talk to people about a career day, which is awesome. I didn't know if you went to like Framingham State to talk to people, to students there about the possibility of being on the police force as a career.
There are other schools that we, you know, Merrimack College and Pittsburgh State actually have programs where individuals go for a criminal justice degree. They're there for 5 years. It includes, you know, 4 years of programs that gets their bachelor's, some extra classes, and then their last year, they actually go on an academy on campus, a police academy. And so then they graduate, and they basically have a master's and their academy under their belt. We haven't hired anybody directly from that, but one of our transfers was part of that program that came from Hawkinton. And Deputy Chief West was he was the original senior staff instructor or drill instructor at the Fitchburg Academy. So we do have an in there.
Good.
And so we're trying to use something like that to be able to, again, those people that are fully trained, ready to go, you know, have the degree, because we're a degree department. You have to have at least an associate's degree, or we cannot hire you. We won't hire you. But yeah, we're trying to diversify, and when you have to do transfers, you basically get what comes in. If we can get to a point where we can use the list, then we might be able to actually utilize the list a little bit more and try to, you know, put somebody through the academy.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo a lot of the same gratitude and appreciation for the staff that you have and our officers. I mean, we've been reminded all too frequently lately, just, you know, how important you guys are to our community, and we really do appreciate you. I have a few clarifying questions and then one more question. The clarifying questions. Two of the big increases, and just one big item in general, were conferences and education incentive. Maybe it's inappropriate to lump them together, but just trying to understand what those items are.
Conferences is the tuition, basically what we pay tuition out of to send officers to training. And I know it's called conferences and meetings, but it is actually the tuition that we actually use to pay for those specialized schools that the Mass Police Training Committee does not offer for free. So if you want to send somebody to like a management-related school, like Lieutenant Riley is going to the Suffolk University Mass Municipal Association training that's coming up. It's like $2,500. So he'd go every Friday for the next 25 Fridays to Dartmouth, so that he can basically learn more than just. Once you get to the level of a lieutenant, you're no longer a cop. You might wear a uniform and everything else, but you're basically admin. And so how does all this system work? And that's pretty much what he's going to, he'll be going to learn. But that's what that is. It is the tuition that we have to pay to send people to training.
And the education incentive, and that's $750,000.
That's the incentive that we pay to officers for having the degrees that they have. It's basically back before 2009 when the state stopped paying the Police Career Incentive Pay Program, also known as the Quinn Bill. Then the town ended up absorbing the whole thing. There was a split between the newer offices and the existing offices, but we worked on that in 2016 to get rid of it. Otherwise, we would be like some of the departments where I'm gaining officers who are coming over on transfers. I won't name those departments, but those departments are not paying the incentive to the level that we are, unlike us in Norwood and Walpole. And those officers are now jumping from those departments, looking for other departments because they can basically walk in the door and make $10,000 for just putting their pants on and showing up to work. I foresaw that we would end up being, and that's what they are, they're training departments now. They hire, they train them, and then they find out that, hey, a couple towns over, I can do much better for doing the same job. You take that along with our schedule, the 4 and 4 and some other things, like all the training that we do. I mean, we just got complimented over the last 2 days from a number of new officers that came on and said, geez, we've never had anything even close to this in our agency. If we knew that, maybe we would have tried to transfer earlier. It's one of the reasons we're not having the same problems as other agencies up to this point with hiring people. Is keeping that educational.
Just spitting that back to you. So this is a critical piece to retaining and attracting officers.
Change that, we'll have a serious problem.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Cool. The last bigger question is, it has sort of already been touched on, but certainly coverage or overtime especially, but coverage and overtime. I mean, between the two, we're spending over $600,000 just filling spots with people that we already have. I'm certainly open to hearing you just tell me that we just need more bodies, but I wonder how much or why, and I was able to ask Councilor Chandler at least a piece of this, but how much we look into opportunities to replace roles that are currently being held by officers, or duties being held by officers, replace those with other people that may cost less money. Certainly, mental health, I know that we've started to add more officers. Maybe would it make sense to have more? A common one is traffic details. Is that someone that would need a uniformed officers? Restorative justice. I know that 35 communities in Massachusetts have restorative justice, where they will divert some work toward the Communities for Restorative Justice Network. How often are we looking at these opportunities, and are there opportunities to reduce the demand for our current officers?
So the current complement of officers is 54 sworn, and then the other 2 are civilians that we have, one doing records and other IT-related stuff, and then we have another that basically does, all the finances, pays the bills, et cetera, and executive. So we only have 2 civilians that currently work at the department. All the other the jail diversion program clinicians, they're civilians as well. They're social workers. They're licensed social workers, they're not law enforcement. One is funded from a grant, and if we're very lucky and we're able to do it, we'll have a second one shortly. After July, if we get, once the county hopefully releases the American Recovery Plan money. Traffic, you still have to be a law enforcement officer in Massachusetts to pull a car over. The individuals you see on detail, that's not part of the budget. The details come out of a separate revolving account in which they do the work, they get paid, but the vendors actually pay the town. So if they're out there with Verizon or National Grid or whatever else, National Grid pays the entirety of what the officer does, and the town actually gets a 10% on top of that goes right to the general fund.
Awesome. The piece about the social workers, it's my understanding those have been massively helpful. Should we continue to hire more, and what opportunity do we have to continue to replace duties that would otherwise be held by officers?
They've been incredibly helpful. I mean, when Callie Montagano, our original jail diversion program clinician, came on several years ago, when she ended up getting a promotion and has been gone, we felt it pretty significantly. She's been gone for several months. Her replacement has finally started, Sam Du Bois, so he's now with us. And like I said, we're able to now work with advocates, whereas Sam's position is through a grant that's into the 4th year of a 10-year grant. The ARPA money will, I think we put it for a 3-year period to fund an additional one. Again, working with Medway and sharing the costs. And this will provide additional coverage, for times where normally Callie couldn't be there all the time, obviously. I think with the 2 would be pretty good. We'll see what happens. And then, if we need more, I'll have no problem coming up and requesting additional, monies, if possible, to be able to do that. Because, no, they're invaluable right now with, between what's going on with the mental health related issues, the opioid issues, because they do all the follow-ups, trying to assist people that we know of that may have had an overdose or have a problem to try to get them into treatment. And they've been successful in getting a number of people into treatment.
Awesome, thank you. And that's helpful. I guess my question with the detail piece, I love hearing that they're covered, and that the outside vendors have to cover them. I do know that often impacts ourselves. We're often the vendor that then has to cover that. But also, if we're short for bodies and we're forcing people to work, all the money in the world to cover it, is great. But we're still short for bodies and forcing people to work. How often? Why don't we look at civilians doing some of those details?
We actually have. We're trying a pilot program now for what's called traffic constables, which would basically be non-law enforcement. That's all they do is direct traffic. They wouldn't do security-related details like a game or some other type of thing that we might have, or an alcohol-related event. But they would end up doing traffic. So we're working on that. We've offered it to the fire department first, and we'll see what happens. We do have a group of specials, so they're retired Franklin police officers that retired, they're under, and they are keeping up now they have to keep up their certification. So they're, the post-commission and police reform has made it a little difficult because any of the officers that were part-time or went to a permanent intermittent academy and this and that, if they don't go to the Bridge Academy and come up with the 2,500 hours of on-the-job in a cruise of work, they're all losing their jobs as of June 30th. We're fortunate that we have all full-timers. It hasn't really affected us. There are a number of towns and communities around us that are really going to feel that pain when they lose all those officers on June 30th because they just no longer can work, especially the western part of the town, the Cape, the islands. They're feeling it. I've talked to some counterparts down there, and they're in a bad way. They're just not going to have the staff that they're going to need. It's going to be tough.
Well, thank you. This is all helpful, and I look forward, if it makes sense, for you to present an idea of traffic constables. It's a cool name too. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess I would just end with a final thank you. One of the other things that I really appreciate about you and your staff is any opportunity there is for community involvement. You've always shown up. I love seeing you on the Franklin Freedom Team calls every month. And when you can't make it, someone else is always stepping up and doing so with a smile. So I really appreciate that about your staff in particular. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Any other councilors? One last quick question, maybe quick. Moving forward, what's the most substantial challenge facing the police today?
I would say, as we talked.
Probably know the answer. We've been
Yeah.
hearing it.
Hiring.
Hiring.
I mean, we've been fortunate thus far with what we've been able to do and the number of candidates that we get. I mean, I've done so many interviews. If I don't do another interview again, I'll be happy. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna lie to you. Because if it's not them, it's the promotions and so forth, which are a little better, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, we've done, so hiring is gonna be tough, just as I said. The younger generation is not interested in being police officers for a number of different reasons. So the pool is getting really thin. We haven't had a problem yet, but I anticipate that we might. Which brings to staffing. As I've already said, we could use some more so that we won't have these problems. We can potentially diversify better if we can use the list, even with the few that are on it, things like that. The police station. The building's in great shape, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna try and say that it's not. The problem is it's too small. We just do not have the room with where we're at now. We didn't have it when we had 46, 5 years ago. Now we're at 54. There's no locker room space. There's no more office space. I have people in closets. I have people in what used to be a dark room. It was built in '91 that was still using Polaroids and other types of stuff, I have 2 people in closets. I mean, there's just not enough room. The women's locker, the female officer locker room is very small, and they're gonna be, if we keep going the way we're going, we're gonna run out of space in that very, very short. I'm talking really run out of space in that. But the male locker room, the lockers are small. We just need space, and we can't really build out or build on or whatever else because of where we're at. We're running out of space for parking. You see that we park across the street over by the Veterans Rink and so forth. So I definitely say a police station is something, and we're doing the study and all that, and I appreciate the town, coming forth with that, and hopefully things will go. Mental health related issues. It's just a constant thing. It just keeps happening all the time. We're witnessing it. It doesn't seem to be getting any better. It seems to be getting worse. But, filling Callie's role with Sam and now having a second clinician will definitely help us out in that. And the opioids, and it hasn't gone away. It's actually become somewhat worse since the pandemic, but the pandemic has kind of taken over the narrative. It's still going on, and the problem for us right now is identification of people who need that help. Naloxone, otherwise known as Narcan, has become so prevalent that most people have it at home. So if something happens, there's still a stigma around being addicted. And so they're not calling the fire, they're not calling us. They're basically sometimes not even going to the hospital. So they're giving the Narcan at home, and we don't even know about it. So that we can't end up trying to help them and try to convince them, we're here for you, we have services, we're trying to get you into, a detox and rehab. So it's gonna become more of a challenge. But we're working with the Safe Coalition and all the others, and we're still trying to put those that are selling this stuff, away as best we can. And we're making some progress, but it will never be enough.
Just to go back for a second to your point about hiring. I know a few years ago, we changed the hiring process that we used. And I guess my question would be, are we still comfortable that that change was the correct change and is helping us identify the right candidates for our police department?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming you're saying I switch from civil service to non-civil service. When I talk to my peers, and I talk to them often, especially my peer, when I talk to my peers that are in civil service departments, they're the ones that are having a much worse time than we are trying to fill positions, regardless because they're constricted by so many rules. They can only hire off their list. They're going through, their list is small because not as many people are taking the test. The quality of the people is not as good. They're going through every everything they have, and then they're trying to pick up transfers, but they can only pick up transfers from civil service departments. You can't pick up a non-civil service, you certainly can't hire out of state, or any of those things. So the options are now limited at a time when you need as many options as you can possibly have, because of what's going on culturally, people not wanting to be, it's just the desire to be a police officer. If it was, if it was like Councilor DeLucco said back in the day, everybody took the test, everybody wanted to be a police officer, it was a job that they aspired to, and it's just not that way anymore.
Understood. Okay, anyone in the audience? Anyone out on Zoom land? Chief, thank you. Deputy Chief, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. You're doing a great job.
Okay, next department held. Another public safety, 220, fire, chief. And I'm just gonna, once again, I know your department's glowing these days over the new ISO 1 designation, and as well they should be. I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the entire Franklin Fire Department staff and administrative team that were a part of getting that designation. Like was asked of the police chief, can you give us your personnel status of the department for FY23 budget?
Right now, our status is 55 of the 56 firefighters are filled. We had a retirement that was unexpected that we have an opening for right now. We have one civilian, one executive assistant, Tracy. So at full staff, we're at 56 firefighters and one civilian. So right now at this time, we have one vacancy and it should be filled by July, hopefully.
Great. Thank you. Looking down the road the next 5 years, not saying you're going to get it, but what are the next investment the fire services for the town need?
Yeah, well, I know I mentioned to this council before, staffing, equipment, and training, probably the three most important components to have a successful fire department. In the last few years, we've made terrific strides. With staffing a couple of years ago, we went from 52 to 56. Equipment, we certainly got our 2 engines. We have a new ambulance. We have another one being delivered shortly. I will say, and I did make testimony at the FinCom meeting, that right now, our ladder truck at headquarters is cross-manned. And it's cross-staffed with the ambulance. And the ambulance runs are going up. And when they go out on a run and they do a transport, depending on which hospital they transport to, that could be an hour turnaround time, up to 45 minutes to an hour. So at that time, the ladder truck doesn't have personnel assigned to it. So the question was asked to me at the FinCom meeting. I said that in the perfect world, 8 more firefighters, 2 per each shift, would be great. So we'd have that truck manned all the time. In addition to that, we could also man a 3rd ambulance. If the ambulances were very busy, we could actually get a 3rd ambulance rolling in town without relying on mutual aid if in fact that got busy. We know it's a cost. As you know, we've applied for the SAFER grant the last several years here. We will continue to apply for the SAFER grant. The grant should be all awarded mid-June. We just found out last week. We've got $2.5 million worth of personnel, equipment, training. We have that all submitted, and hopefully it works out. If we don't get it, we'll keep doing it again. We're not sitting back. We're all doing our best to make sure we can get as much funds outside the town that we can to offset that cost. So that's our goal. And equipment, we're in great shape with equipment, but the ladder truck, going back to the ladder truck is 2008. And my goal starting in July is to go on a fact-finding mission to get all the information I can about what a refurb costs for that truck, how long it would be out of service for a refurb, what a new ladder truck costs, if there's an option to trade in the one we have now. I just want to get all the data, get all that information, present it to the town administrator with all the facts, and hopefully I would like by the fall to make a decision as to what we're going to do, because whether it's a new truck or whether it's a refurb truck, it's going to be 18, 24 months out. So that truck right now is 15 years old. It's good for another couple of years as is, but we need to have the discussion now, I think, for to make that decision going forward.
we can't use the 1949 ladder truck?
The union will be at my front door.
Had to ask the
No
question.
seatbelts, it
Had
won't
to
be
ask
good.
the question. Questions from the council? Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, in regards to Chairman Mercer's comments about equipment and needs for the future, one of the things, and I know you and I have had this discussion as well as Carlucci, in regards to specific requirements for equipment necessary to extinguish electrical vehicle fires and the future of some of the things that are coming down the pike. For instance, we talk about the Rosenbauer battery extinguishing system technology, things that would be nice to have, but I think in a relatively short amount of time, they're going to become necessities in order for you guys to fight these types of fires, because as we've discussed, it takes at least, 10 times more water?
It does.
Just to
That's the biggest
extinguish.
issue.
And I don't think our town administrator likes to hear that we're gonna be expending more water just to put out a car fire. If there are other tools and other things available that we can manage to somehow find new money for, or to find, as you so eloquently put it, outside of the town to get the funding to support these kind of tools necessary to help do your job safely, I for one, am 1,000% behind working with you in whatever fashion to get you that type of equipment in order to keep everyone safe. I mean, one of the shocking things, and this is kind of for the audience as well to understand, is that even one electrical vehicle fire can go on for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Because the battery itself won't extinguish. It supplies its own oxygen, continues to burn. So one of the easiest ways for them to extinguish a vehicle fire is to actually take the vehicle and put it into a pool of water and leave it there. We don't currently have that type of technology at our fire department to handle those things as they're coming down the pike, and it's just something I wanted the councilors to understand. That type of technology is going to be pricey, and something we definitely need to look into to keep everyone safe. So, and again, if there are any future needs, by all means, I would love to hear what those are, just so I can bring them up to the rest of my councilors. And other than that, everyone's doing such a great job at the fire department. Congratulations again on the ISO.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Chief, so we're talking about the ladder truck getting rehabbed, right? So if it's gonna be down for 18 to 24 months at the minimum, right? What would you have to do? Would they give us a replacement?
We'd have to make, for that duration, we'd have to make arrangements to have.
You're right, that's what
we do, maybe with the vendor, reach out to a mutual aid community, but a lot of those communities don't have extra ladder
They
trucks.
don't have the,
Try to work with the vendor, but we would absolutely, before undertaking that, make sure that we had a vehicle protecting the town, not relying on mutual aid for that length of time. for
yeah,
sure.
because we use Boston, if we
Right.
take one out for
And
service,
they let
Boston
them down
runs
this
up.
area as well.
Yeah.
The problem with
So-
the refurb is whatever number they give you on the onset,
Yeah,
once they disassemble the truck,
oh, no.
I can guarantee everyone here that number's gonna go up as the process goes on.
I
So
can
it's-
swear to that.
So, we just have to make sure
I can
that-
definitely swear to that. And the other thing, if you can get something outside of Rosenbauer, please do it.
We haven't done that yet.
Don't.
No.
They're the worst.
No. The trucks that we got last year have worked out very well for the town.
Yeah, no, but anything from
Yeah,
them.
okay, we'll do.
Right.
Yeah,
All set, Councilor DeLorco?
yeah.
1949, still looking good. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. It's good to see you tonight. I want to thank you and your whole staff and the DPW for the class ISO 1. I know that Chairman Mercer didn't receive any insurance premium lowering, but I did, so thank you. I have a question about the ladder truck. So what is the height that it can reach? Can it reach 4 floors? Is it, like if we're thinking about refurbished or new ladder, should we think about, is it adequate now?
The truck is adequate now.
Yeah.
It's 100 feet. It has a platform. Some
Okay.
of it don't have a platform. We think with the manpower that we have on it, the platform is probably the best thing for potential rescues and for the safety of the firefighters. So we probably want to stay with that. The truck is fine right now. It's just, it's 15 years old, and we just got to get a plan.
Well,
That's all. We just want to get the information of what might be the best route. I'll go to the TA, we'll discuss it, and then we'll see if it.
I love that you're planning ahead, and that's
Yeah,
the way,
well, they
that's
take
the
a long
way
time.
people
Yeah.
do things here in Franklin, it's great.
It's about
Um,
24 months if you ordered one today to get it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but is it like a 4-story?
Yeah, it,
4-story,
it depends if it's a residential or commercial structure, but,
Yeah.
they get that high for sure.
okay, thank you. One other thing, you were talking about 8 personnel added on in a perfect world?
Yes.
So would the 8 personnel in the other truck, would that actually fit in the 2 headquarters that we have, or would we need then to have another space
No,
for more?
no, we don't. Right now,
Okay.
that's how we operate now. With the ladder truck is at headquarters. We have an engine and we have the ambulance as well as the battalion chief. Right now, the 2 members of the department that are assigned to the ambulance, they jump on the ladder if it's a fire call, not an
Okay,
ambulance
okay.
call. So if they're not in the building, the truck is basically out of service. And
Right.
if the other ambulance is out of service, then we gotta rely on mutual aid and our recall, which takes some time for them to come in.
Okay.
So to have that staffed would be great. Again, there's a cost to it, and we're just trying to do our best to get the manpower. You know, if we get an AFG grant, we get personnel for 3 years with no cost share. That's
Yeah, that would
salary
be
and
great.
benefits. It's very competitive, but we're just doing the best we can. That's
That
all
would be
we can do.
great, because you guys are the best,
Right,
so we should
and-
get it.
And we have 13 assigned to a shift right now.
Okay.
But our minimum minimum is 11. So right now, if the shift today had 13 people come to work, we'd have that ladder, we'd have 2 people assigned to that ladder, and it can also cross-man that 3rd reserve ambulance that's at headquarters.
And
So
there's,
if
there's
it's a
enough
busy-
equipment and.
We've
so-
got the equipment, we've got a 3rd ambulance ready to go. You just need
In
to
the
provide.
space, the locker
don't need
room,
any-
unlike the
No.
police station, there's not enough room in the locker room, but you
No.
guys have enough room.
No, unlike the police, we make it work.
I did not, I didn't say that on purpose. Chief.
We go back and forth, it's all fun, it's all fun.
The red team.
And unlike the
I'm gonna
police,
get a
you-
ticket tomorrow for that one.
I was gonna say, now I'm in trouble with the chief. Thanks, chief. Thank you again, chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Councilor Hamlin. But unlike the police, you have 2 locations, they only have 1.
Right.
That's true, that's correct.
So, any other councilors?
I had one quick question.
Absolutely, Councilor Chaney.
You just kind of touched on this. I always get a little confused about the ambulances, whether we use 2 or 3. It seems like they're always running, so it
We
feels
have
like.
2, we have 2
Okay,
frontline,
so-
one at each station.
One of the, that's what's going, that 3rd one is the.
That's only if we had 13 people on duty, and it's
Yeah.
very rare. It's, if once one person's out, that's it, we can't do that. So and it's very rare. But we do have 2 extra personnel assigned to that minimum of 11. If we did have that, we could do it. But it's extremely rare. Somebody's gonna be out, especially this time of year. It's very rare to have a full 13 on the shift.
Understood, okay, I just didn't understand
Yep.
how the 3, now I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and want to echo my fellow councilors' comments. You guys are doing a fantastic job. My question really comes down to, and this is sort of pre-pandemic data, so I want you to correct me, but pre-pandemic, I know a lot of the 911 calls, because we have a shared dispatch center, were actually being answered by ambulances from other towns. Is that still the case
The
in
dispatch
Franklin?
center takes the calls.
Right.
But they dispatch, if it's in Franklin and one of our 2 trucks is in service, a Franklin ambulance goes to the call.
Right, but are we seeing Franklin calls being answered by other towns, or are Franklin calls being answered by our own department?
It goes to the MEC. We belong to a regional communication center, the MEC.
Right.
And there's 6 communities where one of them, so all the calls for all those communities are received by the dispatchers that work at the MEC. They take all the calls for all the communities. We don't do any dispatching on the fire department. We don't take any calls and we don't dispatch. The MEC handles that.
Okay.
Is that answering the question?
I don't think that's,
Councilor,
I don't think.
Jamie, go ahead.
It's okay. So, as the chief said, Councilor Cormier Ledger, if the MEC takes a call and we have an ambulance that's available, that's not out on the streets already, that ambulance gets dispatched to the place in Franklin. If those units are already in service, this goes across the board, by the way. This is exactly how mutual aid works statewide with neighboring communities. If our units are in service at a fire or another medical call and they're all out, then an ambulance would come from another community, just like we would go to another community if all of their apparatus was in service at an accident on 495 or whatever, we would dispatch ours. That's the mutual aid agreement. I can't say I remember when this began because I think it's been in existence my entire life. But mutual aid has been a common practice throughout the state and through our town for
Yeah,
decades.
no, I think mutual aid's fantastic. I think sharing expenses is fantastic. I guess my question really comes down to, I guess selfishly, like, isn't it better for us to, because of reimbursement rates with ambulance responses and those kind of things, isn't it better for us to respond to our own calls if
No
possible?
Absolutely, absolutely.
But
So does that come down to we would, in a perfect world, need another ambulance with more crews so that we wouldn't have to outsource as much, or is that just me being naive?
In calendar 21, there was 202 calls that we received mutual aid, and it was about 55 that we rented mutual aid. So it's about a difference of about 150 calls. That was for calendar 21. That's where we're at right now. So we're monitoring those numbers. As those numbers increase, if we see more mutual aid coming in, then we can deal with that in the future, for sure.
And, really quick, and through you, Mr. Chair, to answer your question, yes.
Okay.
In all sincerity,
Yeah.
if we stacked up another ambulance, another ladder truck, 6 more officers, 8 more firefighters, and just, kept going, yeah, we would, I think those numbers would in all likelihood be reduced.
Right.
But we'd also have to look at that time about what kind of call volume's coming in. I mean, I can say that would match up and we wouldn't have to go to mutual aid. But as the chief also said a little while ago, that's also other communities tapping into us at some point. And so are we becoming a regional service for everybody else if we have so much equipment and staff where we're then just being a regional public safety
Yeah.
agency. So it's a balance. But to answer your question, yeah, that dynamic would be there. You're not being naive.
Purely asking selfishly, because I know, it's be nice to have the money, right? But, and that's nothing against us being good neighbors and helping and them helping us. All of that's fantastic. I was just, wondering perfect case scenario, but, okay, thank you.
Works out great mutually.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. Any other councilors? Before I go to the audience, I'm going to just bring up an old discussion that I brought up maybe 6 or 7 years ago. And that is, it seems like we're continuing to get a lot of calls from the assisted living centers within town where individuals have fallen and their staff won't pick them up. So we send an ambulance to that location to basically help pick an individual up. One of the challenges I made to your predecessor was asking him to talk to these facilities and see if there's a way to privatize some of those calls and using a private ambulance service and not tying up our ambulances for basically a fall. And I'm not trying to make light of an elderly person falling, but I'm just saying it could be affecting something much more drastic.
We had one place in particular that we've had an issue with, and we
Yeah.
have gone out there. I've gone out there myself with the EMS captain. We have a conversation. At that time, it happened to be a new person coming in.
Yeah.
It seems like it's ratcheted down quite a bit. But we do monitor that, and if there is a problem, that's our first step to do that. I believe the ordinance does allow for a fee if it becomes burdensome that we can use as a tool if they don't want to listen to us or take any advice. If it becomes repetitive, we do have the ability through the town ordinance to put a charge, which we haven't done since I've been here yet.
Yeah, and I guess my only thought there is, can we, there's 3 or 4 of them in the town.
Yes.
Can we get all of them in the same room and maybe work together to try and deal with the issue?
That'd be a great suggestion. We
Just-
haven't done
just
that.
a
That's
thought.
probably a good idea to have the conversation for sure.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone in the audience with a question on Department 220 Fire? Anyone out in Zoom land? Chief, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief, great job.
Thank you, Chief.
Keep that 1949 ready to go.
Yeah, I can work on that one.
The push wagon, too.
I don't think he's talking to you back there,
Oh, no,
Chief.
they're laughing. I hear the laughter.
Okay, next item held is Department 225, which is Regional Dispatch, and Councilor Pellegrini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question, and I don't know who to direct this to, police or fire.
Okay.
But I see a good size increase here, and I thought that it wasn't going to be costing us more money because we've had other communities involved with it. But this is from, let's see, 435,000 to 610,000. So I'd like to know what that increase is for.
Okay, I think our town administrator is probably a good one to answer that because he's directly involved with the MEC.
One of the blessings Mr. Nutting gave me was the chair of the Regional Dispatch Center Board of Directors. One of those things that gets stuffed in the other duties as assigned, I think, on the job description, but it's been a learning curve for sure. So the increase is because if we didn't have the development grant through the state 911 center, this line item would be 1.3 million. And so as people may remember, we were successful 2 years ago in getting a grant for 4 years. It was a 5-year grant, but ultimately for budget purposes, it was a 4-year grant, where the full assessment for the town of Franklin, which is around 1.25 to 1.3 million this fiscal year, is actually 50% the town doesn't have to pay. So the reason in FY '22 that number is a little lower is because the grant paid for 75% of the annual assessment, not 50. So this year is 50%. FY '24, the state will pay 75% again in the final year of that grant. And then in FY '25, the full assessment for the town of Franklin will come back on the books at approximately 1.5 million. If we did not merge with Mendon and Millville, and don't quote me on the exact dollar, but that would probably be at least 10 to 15% higher, where the other district towns got a reduced assessment. It doesn't really show right here because the state is picking up half the bill. But if you looked at the pre-merger with Mendon and Millville and the post, all of the 4 original communities' assessments was all reduced by about 10% or so across the board. And so it doesn't reflect directly in these numbers, but this is 50% of what the total assessment would be. And again, FY '24, it'll be 25% is what we'll have to pay. And I just want to remind everybody, we did set up a stabilization account specifically for the MEC and our public safety agencies here in Franklin, in case there were any incidentals. It currently has about $1 million in that stabilization account, and it can only really be used for helping to ease back in. If we do go back to a full assessment in '25, I'm sincerely hopeful I can find some other magic trick to find some other grant program to help continue to pay off some of that bill. But that takes a tremendous amount of work. And so in FY '25, that stabilization fund will help ease back in the full assessment for Franklin. So in that year, it'll probably be about 1.4, 1.5 million.
And just to follow up, please, are the other communities paying about the same as we are?
It's not exactly the same because it's based on population and call volume. Yeah. So by being a larger community, we obviously pay the highest percentage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini.
That was my question.
Okay.
That's all.
Is
Population
there any
and call
other
volume.
questions on regional dispatch? from the council? Anyone in the audience? Anyone in Zoom land? Okay, moving on. The next department held is 292. Animal Control, Councilor Chandler.
Well, that was me, yeah. Through you, Mr. Chairman. There's nobody here though, right?
They've,
Jamie?
through Mr. Chair, never in 7 years since I've been here, if they.
Oh, okay.
But maybe,
No, it's okay, then I can leave a question with him now.
Sure,
Yeah, this can go
absolutely.
afterwards, yep. It's not imperative.
no, you can certainly ask the question. He can bring an answer tomorrow evening.
Okay. Actually, I was kind of wondering, you know, we have to buy them we buy them trucks and vehicles and stuff. I was just wondering if, now that the police department has 2 canine vehicles that we equip, you know, and one happens to be Ben's, so you know it's not gonna be really beat on or anything. Might
I
even
don't
smell
know.
good.
He's a tough.
Not like the German Shepherd car. I didn't know if they were able to, I didn't know if they were able to use one of those later on, you know, just because they're in town, if it could be a hand-me-down, if they could use that fully equipped car and just, I mean, it's got everything they would need to just pick up any dog, even, you know, even fans, everything in the back. So it was just a question. Maybe save them some money later on vehicles.
Through Mr.
I'm
So,
not
through
trying to
Mr.
take your
Chairman,
car.
I will raise the question to Tracy. I will say after we did buy the vehicle last year, they run them pretty heavily into the ground.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I'm happy to ask them. I'm sure they could use it. I'm sure they wouldn't pass it, they wouldn't, you know, they wouldn't say we don't want it. I would say that buying them a new vehicle, I think, you know, is kind of an uplifting, you know, experience. It gives them some, you know, I think a great asset. The building over there is still not in the best shape. You know, we still have some work to do on that, but I will certainly
I
ask
got you.
Tracy if she'll take the hand.
Or even as a
I'm sure she
spare or
would.
something,
Yeah.
one of the
Patrick.
vehicles down. Okay,
Absolutely.
just we own it.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor
You're
Chandler. Any other questions for Animal Control from the council? From the audience? From Zoom land? Okay, moving on. Next item held, 300 schools. Dr. Hearn, would you like to? We'll let you be comfortable. And I'll start with just, like to say, Dr. Hearn, Chair Spencer, I would begin by saying thank you. I watched the school committee meeting last night, and I was very happy to hear the vote to declare Davis Thayer surplus is on your June 14th agenda. And I want to thank you very much for getting that on agenda. I know it's not been an easy process from start to finish, but thank you for getting that on. I'd also like to say thank you to you and the entire school department, central office staff, all the principals, teachers, support staff, cafeteria workers, and school staff. I know it's difficult to summarize the past 3 school years, and we often hear the negative comments, but in the end, kids throughout our community are having great success. I know graduation's around the corner, and I'm sure there will be some great sense of accomplishment for many kids in the town over the next month. As for future trends, it's been well established that the school district has had significant declining enrollment over the past few years. What's the current student enrollment in Franklin Public Schools, and what are your enrollment projections for FY23?
Thank you, Chairman Mercer. I just want to note that I'm here with Miriam Goodman, School Business Administrator. Dave McNeil is sitting here. He's the Budget subcommittee chairperson from the school committee, and Denise Spencer, chair of the school committee, is joining as well. And it's nice to be here with you and the counselors here in Franklin. There are a couple of school committee members in the audience as well: Dave Callahan, Al Charles, and Elise Stokes, who is the vice chair of the school committee. Lucas Jagier and Paula Morano from central office are also here, as well as Tim Raposa. In terms of enrollment, our current enrollment is about 4,800 students, 4,809 students. And this is something that I like to be sure to clarify in terms of the reasons for why the enrollment is declining, and it has to do with birth rate. We're graduating 430 students next Friday night, June 3rd. And the incoming classes of late in kindergarten have been about 280 or 300 students. So that's about a 150 different swing, and that's been happening for quite some time. We're starting to see decreased enrollment hit the middle schools, and then, and actually Franklin High School as well. So Franklin High School, when I started here 5 years ago, was towards 1,800 students, and it's now 1,650 or so, which is what the building was designed for.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
So they're feeling a little bit of relief there, so to speak, but the MSBA design standards are pretty tight, actually. So it still feels, I think, a little tight, particularly post-COVID, when everybody's used to having a little bit more space between them. Next year, like I said, we're expecting an incoming kindergarten class, probably somewhere around 280. We're still enrolling kindergarten, so the numbers that we have, I think, are going to be higher than this. But our current enrollment is looking like 4,650, which is within 6 students of what the demographer predicted in 2019. But I would note, we are expecting more students to join kindergarten in particular between now and September. So I actually think that our enrollment projection is a little higher than what was forecasted. We are seeing a lot of students register for ECDC in pretty dramatic numbers. And I think it's really noteworthy too. Post-pandemic, a lot of districts saw their enrollment decline and students not rejoining their district once school reopened, and we are not seeing that trend. So we have seen students rejoin the district, and I actually think we're going to end up a little bit higher than the forecast. But those are some of the overall trends and patterns that we're seeing in enrollment.
Thank you. To go along with that, we all know the closing of Davis Thayer wasn't easy. But now that it's been closed for a year, will the school committee, I know the answer, I think, but will the school committee be engaging in a redistricting analysis to ensure that the current capacity of our schools are maximized?
The answer is yes. I don't know if Chairperson Spencer wants to add anything. I'll start, and she can join if she'd like to. We initiated a space needs and facilities assessment subcommittee of the school committee this spring. It is chaired by Al Charles, and the subcommittee has been meeting several times this spring. There's a lot of turnover on the committee, and a lot of information to be shared with the entire committee from the Davis Thayer facilities analysis study a couple of years ago, as well as kind of the current status of school use and facilities needs. So we spent this spring kind of conveying information to the subcommittee. There will be a full presentation to the school committee at the next meeting so that all committee members are informed of kind of the current status of space utilization and kind of the condition of the schools in an effort to kind of prepare for a redistricting look next year.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything? No,
Having sat in your seat, Chair Spencer, when we redistricted twice, good luck. Not a fun thing to do, but certainly it's needed at times. And I think certainly with the closing of a neighborhood school, it would certainly make sense to maximize our capacity. This one's for Miriam. What's the status of our school's revolving funds?
Yeah, so we have about 25 or so revolving accounts that generate revenue for the district and are used, some of which are used to offset particular expenses in the budget. As you know, revolving expenses have to be used on particular expenses. We have about $6.6 million in revolving funds right now. We anticipate using $5.6 million of those dollars towards our FY23 budget at this point.
Okay. That was the point that I wanted to make sure that we got to so that everybody understood that those revolving account funds are being used in FY23. Okay, I've got one last one and I'll get out of the way. Sarah, finally, I'd just like to say thank you for 5 incredible years here in Franklin. As you conclude your time here in Franklin, I have 2 softballs to throw to you. What are you the most proud of that you're leaving behind?
I actually think those could be really hard questions because you force yourself to try to pick one. And I actually have kind of 2, but they're related to each other.
That's okay, I'll take 2.
So I think one of the things that I'm most proud of, and it comes up over and over and over again, and actually kind of like threw my hand up in the air earlier today when I heard a principal talk about it as it related to instruction in the classroom, is working with the community, the school committee, the council, community members, faculty and staff, and families and students themselves on a shared vision for our graduates, and putting a consensus picture together and bringing the community together around this shared vision, and identifying those skills that we as a community think are essential for students to be practicing throughout their time in Franklin. And earlier today, walking through one of our middle schools, the principal kind of pointed out how the new science materials, which are grant funded from the state, would be happy to share that news with you, but we're getting some new middle school grant funded science materials, and how they're connected to the portrait of a graduate, and they're connected to these skills, and students are going to be actively engaged in doing science and thinking like scientists, and I think that vision is something that I'm really proud of, and that it goes from this concept right down into the classroom is what you hope to have. And then consistent with that, I would say too, is putting together, working with the school committee and with your support from the town council, working to put some resources in place to make that happen. And earlier tonight, I'm not going to be as eloquent as he was, but the fire chief talked about staffing, equipment and resources and training, and that's what we need too. Staffing, equipment and resources and training, and putting the pieces together. Most importantly, the staffing. You know, as a superintendent, personnel is job 1, and having the staffing in place to support that vision, whether it's retaining staff that's been here and supporting them, or bringing in new staff, talented new staff, and even some new roles with our digital learning integrationists, which had been on the list for a long time and had difficulty being supported in the budget. But then finding a way from the crisis that we were experiencing to have an opportunity to support them and some additional counselors. So that as a package is, I think, what I'm most proud of, and I look forward to hearing about the future successes in Franklin, and the kids are doing amazing things, and I know they'll continue.
And I'm sure. One last thing. What's the biggest challenge facing the school community and Lucas for the future? What are you leaving to him?
Yeah.
He's laughing in the back.
I think there's certainly a unique Franklin context to this, but it's certainly trends and themes that we're seeing across districts. And then I also heard it tonight too, in terms of the Chief Lynch talking about some of the challenges that the police department is facing in society, which is an increased level and more diverse level of need in the community. And for us, of course, that would be our students and our families. And then making sure that we're marshaling resources, staff, equipment, training, and space to meet those needs. And I think the pandemic has created some new pressure points, but more than anything has really exacerbated wounds that already existed. And so I think we're seeing that with increased substance abuse, mental health concerns, and it's certainly manifesting in students in terms of increased academic needs, and increased social and emotional needs, increased levels of food insecurity among families. And there's a lot of anxiety right now about times when the support may get pulled back. So for example, right now, school breakfast and school lunch for 2 years has been provided at no charge through the federal government to all children. So it just kind of levels the playing field for all kids, and participation in the school lunch program has never been higher. And there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of worry. Next year, we're expecting to have to charge for breakfast and have to charge for lunch. And we know that, with escalating inflation and, the history of the pandemic with jobs, that's going to be a hardship for many families, including many who won't qualify for free and reduced lunch, but are kind of on the cusp and still struggling at home. So it's meeting those needs and having the personnel to do so. And again, it's a trend that happened before the pandemic, where we were seeing more diverse roles among our school spaces. So ESL teachers, special educators, paraprofessionals, assistant principals, math and literacy specialists, interventionists. The need for those folks is greater now than it was before, and I think it's going to continue to increase. And then how we're using space is different. So the facilities assessment gave us tremendous information, but all of the standards in terms of space utilization was pre-pandemic. People are used to a lot more space between themselves and another person. And because the needs are more diverse among the student population, putting 24, 26, 28 students in a classroom with one teacher isn't going to meet the needs. Franklin students won't be as successful as we want them to be and they deserve to be. So we're seeing a lot more small group instruction. And so how are we rethinking how we're using space? We need more places to put small groups of kids with specialized educators together. So it's not a Franklin-only challenge, but Franklin will have its own specific challenges to face in light of that.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Sarah and school committee members. And I want to echo the thanks to all of you for an incredible job well done this year in the face of enormous challenges. So please know that we recognize that and we thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question more for people at home. The $70,220,825 is the town's portion of your budget, but what's the additional money between federal and state on top of that you work to operate?
So the 70 million is the total budget. Miriam she's got the numbers.
70 million is our total operating budget for our general fund. On top of that, we're going to spend, we're anticipating spending roughly $5.5 million in our revolving funds.
Okay.
And in terms of state and federal funds, we are looking at least $1.5 million from carryover for this year, plus another roughly million or so that we will get in federal grant money.
So of the, I apologize, I guess I was mistaken. So of the 70 million, how much of that is actual town money versus state money and federal money?
So, chapter 70 will cover about $28.5 million. Of that 70 million, the town will pick up the differential. State and federal funding is on top of this 70 million.
Okay, I just think that's important for people at home to just understand the different pieces of the pie, because I know I certainly hear it all the time that, you know, we get more from the state, get more from the feds, but it sounds like we already get quite a decent amount, right? Right.
Yeah, and there's a formula, if I can add to that, that 28.5 million has remained and will continue to remain relatively steady. I think that Chapter 70 funding only went up by 0.5% this year, something like that. Whereas the expectation of the state as well as the needs of the district increased by a much larger percent. And that's a function of the state looking at Franklin and looking at property values as well as median income and saying that your quote, like ability to pay or your minimum required contribution is going up at a higher rate than they're supporting with Chapter 70 funds.
So even with the slight 150 or so projected student loss for the fall, that number from the state's going to stay flat? It's not going to go down?
It stays relatively flat, yeah. That's when we talk about being what's called a hold harmless district, they hold you harmless so that your Chapter 70 money does not go down, but you only get kind of a small increment or a small increase for each pupil, which actually is projected and proposed to be a larger increase this year than it typically is from the state, but it's still projected to not increase very much.
And what is our anticipated per pupil expense go for fall of fall of this year?
Out that way.
I asked that because that question seems to come up a lot, and there were a lot of charts that circulated certainly online and during the pandemic about us being in a pretty low percentile compared to other parts of the state, and I just would like to be able to answer that if people ask.
Yeah, so our per pupil expense as of 2020 was $14,698. We would anticipate that would go up for 21. I think 21's numbers like just recently came out, so I don't have them at my fingertips.
And do we know where we fall in line with the state?
Yeah, we are in the 25th percentile, so 75% of communities in Massachusetts spend more per pupil than we do.
That's alarming, but okay, thank you.
You all set, Councilor?
Yes, thank you.
Ledger? Councilor Chandler, we'll go right down the line.
Go right down the line. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hi to the school committee, Sarah's whole crew, thank you for coming. We will miss you, Dr. Ahern.
Thank you, I'll miss Franklin.
And I said this to some of the school committee members. Obviously, I think this budget year has been a little bit easier for me to explain things to people. And there was a couple things that happened that I was really glad that I was able to get through to people that the central office is finally down. You're not overspending in there. You know, it's down, it's the right amount of money. So it's not costing us too much. Everyone, harps on that, especially from the old days. And it was a lot of work for me to make people understand too about the counselors and those things that you really needed that got put in this budget that I'm happy about, because the more of these kids that are slipping through the cracks is just anything that can help. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, we just saw another incident. We won't have to bring that up, down south. And I'm just glad that we're able to get that for those kids. And let's see, what else did I have here? And other than that, that's, like I said, this was an easier year. I appreciate everything you guys did. And, I wish, there's only so much money to go around. Now we have to, in the next 24 hours, we gotta look for a little bit more money, but, I won't be going to bed tonight. All right, well, thank you for everything, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Pellegrini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to say thank you to all of you. It's been a horrendous 2 years trying to get everything together, and with the Zoom and the meetings and that, and I think you've done a wonderful job with it. To the school committee chairman and to the chairs and to the members of the school committee, we thank you very much. I have something to ask because I don't know how to answer this question to people, all right? First of all, I want to say thank you for bringing the Davis Thayer up at the next meeting, and I think that's going to be a very good project, and you're going to be very happy with it when we start to discuss. We've had over, or just under, I should say, 1,000 students, a decrease over the last 6 years. That was in one of your reports.
Yeah, I mean, certainly over a decade, not sure about 6 years, but,
Well, it could have been a little bit longer, but that's a
Yeah,
number that
a
you've
little
been
bit longer,
using.
yeah, yeah.
1,000 students. And now, having lost that many students, we're closing the Davis, we closed it this past year. So we cut down on office staff, nurse, teachers, and custodians, and I'm sure some other things there too. And yet, your budget has gone up like $3 million this year, is that correct?
2.4.
Close to 4?
2.4.
2.4.
2.4.
I rounded it up to say 3. How do I explain to people that we closed the school, we lost students, and we lost personnel? I know some of the personnel you took over to the other schools, but those people had to have maybe, through attrition, had retired, because you only have so many rooms to put people in. What do I say to people?
We keep really close tabs on our staffing and its relationship to enrollment reduction. And so we've kept up with the number of classroom teachers that we have, as long as we're staying within school committee guidelines for class size. So in the closure of Davis Thayer, nearly all classroom teachers followed the students over to Keller Elementary School, because we're really efficient in terms of keeping within class size guidelines. As a result of the pandemic, we didn't keep the full nursing equivalent within the budget, but we kept more because we needed more nursing staff. All of the counselors followed the students. The Title I staff followed the students as it's related to, that's a grant-funded program, but that followed the students. So in terms of the cost savings, it was kind of a fraction of the total expenditures that was spent on Davis Thayer, because we are, I really think, very, very efficient in terms of keeping tabs of enrollment and targeting our resources most directly to the students. There's not a lot of extra administrative costs. What we've found this year are some pressure points. Losing 2 administrators from the move from Davis Thayer to Keller has been an enormous stressor. We know that students are coming back with greater needs, greater behavioral needs, greater mental health needs. So the school committee was in support of adding the assistant principal position back to Keller's budget. Although there's not 2 principals, we did eliminate the principal position that was ultimately in charge of Davis Thayer. But Davis Thayer had a small budget too. That's the other part. I think Davis Thayer's budget was something like $1.2 million. And costs are growing higher than that figure. So I think I think it's a matter of us being very, very efficient all along, and then costs growing greater as part of a trend. When you look at the major budget drivers, we have transportation, healthcare, out-of-district tuition, and salaries. Costs are going up.
I'm sure you didn't save on transportation because those kids now had to take a bus to go where they were going, whereas they were walking to Davis Thayer, so that's an increase right there.
That's another variable.
Well, I can understand some of that, absolutely. I did have a couple of other questions, but, hold on. I read through your pamphlets, cover to cover, okay? It was done very, very well. I did find that you had, and I might be wrong with the number here. Miriam, you can look it up for me. For a search for a new town superintendent, was it 87,000?
It was 40,000?
No,
There was
it wasn't an even
40,000
number.
in the school.
It wasn't an even number. But anyway, there's money that can be used, Brian. We found some. Because
Thank
that
you.
can be taken out now. You're not going to need it, and I think it's great that we have
Now I can go to
Lucas
bed.
coming aboard, okay?
Lucas will do a great job.
I'm sure he will, as you have, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini. Jamie, did you want to interject?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to Councilor Pellegrini's question. I would say two things to people that ask that question of you. Number one, instead of a $2.4 million increase this year, the schools probably would have requested around $3 million had they not closed Davis Thayer. The second point I would add into them is that the savings on a custodian or water and electricity and all those other incidentals are saved in the facilities budget under Mike. And so
I didn't mention any of those when I just spoke.
Custodian, you mentioned custodian.
I said custodian,
But that comes
but
under our
not
budget too.
electrician and all of that. No, I know.
No electricity, like
Yeah.
plumbing, water, all that stuff, I
Right,
understand, but
right.
the for people that are concerned in the community, where was the savings? Where's the,
Right.
you know?
Yep.
The schools would have asked for a request much higher, and the town has seen the savings in its budget now for this fiscal year currently, next fiscal year, with the reduction in the maintenance of those services to operate the building. So I would say those two things hopefully would convey, I think for most of the audience, they just kind of want to know the quick answer, right? So I think those are probably the two best bullet points to use. Thank you.
You all set?
Thank you.
Very welcome, Councilor Pellegrini. Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, congratulations, and I wish you the best of luck. You've done a great job for Franklin. And thank you to all you, to everybody else, the school committee, you guys did a great job. Everybody else, your whole staff, they did a great job. A couple things, on staff, and how's the turnover as far as teachers go? How are we doing compared to other towns?
I think we're probably pretty comparable to other towns. We are experiencing some pretty high turnover. We saw it first start with kind of administrative turnover. So those positions typically come up earlier in the year. And so we've been doing a lot of hiring as it relates to administrative staff and not like in the secretarial admin assistant types, but administrators,
Yeah.
school administrators, sorry.
Okay.
And we're now starting to see more of the retirements and resignations coming in for educators, paraprofessionals. We had 19 retirements last night. That's about 30% higher, maybe
Wow.
even more, 40% higher than what we typically see. We typically have 12 or 13. So I think retirements are up a little bit across all teachers, paraprofessionals, cafeteria staff. So there were 19 folks that we had mentioned last night. And then we're seeing resignations, a lot of relocations, different and new opportunities coming up for folks, some career exploration leaves.
Yeah, I bet.
So, I think it's, I think there's a lot of personal circumstances that people are experiencing that are causing the shift. I think it's happening in a lot of places, and we've done some great hiring too. So I think if people are seeing what's out there and thinking about new opportunities that might exist for themselves, we're also perhaps on the receiving end of that too, with folks kind of looking to make a shift in their own life elsewhere. So we've hired some really, really great people. So in terms of
No doubt.
onboarding and mentoring and all of that, I think it'll be a lot of work in that regard because of the turnover, but we have hired some really, really great people for next year, but there are a lot of vacancies, and some are going to be difficult to fill. Some will be difficult to fill. Special education is an area that is a huge challenge, and it is not only in Franklin. It is in other districts, and it is in, it's just, the special education positions in particular are really difficult to fill right now.
Okay, I know that substance abuse is, I don't, with the pandemic, I've known, myself on the Safe Coalition, we've experienced a high number of cases, and I'm just I know you're working with us now, which is great. But have you seen, how's the cases in Franklin? Like, is there a lot?
Yeah, so we actually have a little bit of data on that, which surprised us a lot. So the students take the Metro West Youth Risk Behavior Survey, and we only have the preliminary report. We don't have every single detailed question back just yet. We expect that before the end of the year.
Okay.
But so we haven't kind of released the results, and there will be a presentation at a school committee meeting when the full report comes out. But we were surprised to learn, both in Franklin and then it's also part of the Metro West trend, that vaping is down, and so students are like self-reporting, and this is all students grades 7 through 12. Vaping is down, alcohol use is down, and marijuana use is down, which really surprised us.
That surprised me.
That's great.
Marijuana use really surprised me, but.
We're wondering, and we want to dive into it a little bit more to understand how the question was asked, and if they see marijuana use, are they thinking about smoking it versus like an edible, and
Okay.
so we're wondering if there's any kind of, just raised some questions because it was such a surprise to us. But that's what the preliminary report kind of has been showing. There are other areas of concern that came up though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeLarco. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Lucas, congratulations on your 3-year contract. I heard that was approved last night at the school committee meeting. I also heard that Davis Thayer is going to be making it to our side of the bench at some point. We're also looking forward to that because we have a lot of good plans coming up for Davis Thayer. Dr. Hearn, for one thing, you are going to be missed. Thank you for all the hard work that you put into making the town of Franklin Public Schools the wonderful schools that they are, and you and your staff have done a tremendous job. Best of luck on your next position. I hope things go well for you on your future endeavors. One of the things I wanted to bring up as far as the numbers are concerned, and Marion, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, for clarification purposes, and this kind of goes towards Councilor Cormier-Ledger's comments earlier, of the $70,220,825 that's being recommended by FinCom, that makes up approximately 54.7% of the total all general fund of $128,360,032. Of that, 40.9% is state aid at $28,733,321, which means that the remainder of $41,490,504 is actually the town's expense at 59.1% of that $70 million, which if I take that $41,490,000 as actual total amount that the town will be paying out of tax revenue, that only accounts for 32.32% of that total budget, which means that, one of the misconceptions that people think is that, oh geez, we're paying 54% of our budget is to the schools. No. 32.32% is roughly what the town is paying because of the amount of contribution that the state is contributing to this fund, to this funding. And on top of being in the 25 percentile, and on top of having teachers being in the pay scale that they're in, teachers are so solely underpaid for the type of work that they do. I actually had one of my apprentices today jokingly say, "Mr. Jones, what do you do all summer?" Yeah. What do teachers do during vacation time? What do you think we do? We spend our time training about all the mandates that the state and the DESE has for us to do. What it boils down to at the end of the day is we are solely underfunded, and there's no argument when it comes to that. I think what it boils down to is that we as a society and we as a community need to come to a collective understanding that in order to support the level of education necessary for our students to garner the best possible education we can offer, it's going to require additional funding. And that's just going to have to come from somewhere, and it's one of those discussions that we're going to have moving forward. We've been having this discussion, for as long as I've been on the council. And one of the things I hope is that the community as a whole starts to realize that this type of investment into our community has a long-term effect on our community as a whole, because it is our kids, it is our future, and Lord knows I don't want to be doing this forever, and I hope that someday my kids will be in a position that they can take care of me when I get older, so I can go to one of those 60, elderly locations in the town and have an ambulance come pick me off the floor when I fall down. But in all honesty, what I'm trying to drive to for my point on this is the fact that even though the number looks daunting, the percentage of which we as taxpayers in the town of Franklin are affording towards this really isn't as large as it seems. And that we could, in all actuality, put in additional fundings. And I think based on the discussion that has come across this desk many times, if the state so chose to, for whatever reason, decided not to give us as much state aid as they have been, we would actually ultimately have to fill that gap anyways. And it's just kind of one of those things that I don't think everyone sees the big picture here. We've been very fortunate to have the level of state funding we've had for the past 12 years that I've been on this council. And all I can foresee, and I don't mean to sound like a doomsday person here, is that the state comes to a point where it's tapped its funds and it says, okay, we're going to have to make cuts in Chapter 70. Now it's up to the communities to make up that difference, and that date could be here sooner than we think with inflation and everything else that's coming down the pike. It's just something I wanted to put in the council's ear as well as the community's ear as well. But one question I do have, and I apologize for taking so much time, is do you find that the teachers are, do you find that people are really even interested in being teachers in the first place because of the amount of challenges that are associated with being a teacher? A, the relatively low amount of salary that you can make. Two, the hoops that the Department of Education makes you jump through. Like, for instance, I have to renew my professional license next year, and I have to prove that I have 150 hours of professional development. I only need 15 to get my electrical license. I can play with electricity for 15 hours. But to be a teacher, I need 150. That's 10 times more training to make a third of what an electrician makes. And it's just daunting when people try to go out and find careers for themselves to say, why would I ever want to be a teacher? There's so many hoops to jump through. There's so much work that goes into being a teacher. What do you hear and see on your end from the teacher staff?
I see a lot of stress and I see a ton of stress among the teachers, among all of our educators in the district. These past 3 years have been really, really hard. And I think it came out, we saw some of it last night when the retirees were recognized. It was a really emotional night, more so than normal. It's usually a nice celebration, but there were a lot of people here supporting each other, a lot of tears. It was really more emotional than most, and so I see a lot of stress, and that's kind of what we see kind of day in and day out with our current workforce. And it's understandable. You named a whole bunch of things that are pressures, and I think we keep on getting asked to do more and more and more. A lot of social services, a lot of agencies that had previously been community organizations and hubs that would support kids and support families have kind of broken apart and fallen apart, and it's kind of left to the schools.
Yeah.
I get kind of frustrated from a public health standpoint that there's not more support, particularly for mental health services in other agencies. And so we do our best, to try to. The state's been very supportive with earmarks, for example, with additional funding, but yet still the capacity of what we're being asked to do isn't quite where it needs to be. A little bit of optimism, I suppose. Depending upon the position that we're searching for, there are still great candidates out there, and we're doing some wonderful hiring. I want to say we have like some high school positions, English, social studies. We still generate 100 candidates in a candidate pool for some positions. I think Franklin has a great reputation. People are typically, by the time the final interview comes around and I'm offering them a contract, very, very excited. They've developed relationships with the department head or the principal along the way, and people are pretty excited. But there are positions that are really, really hard to fill that we seem to be constantly looking for. ESL, English language learning teachers, special educators, middle school math and science teachers are tough also to find. So kind of depends, and I think how can we make some of those positions more attractive and maybe balance out where the people who want to go into teaching maybe steer them into some of the other paths. But it is a worry, and it kind of gets back at Chairman Mercer's question around, what are some of the biggest challenges is the student needs, and then not only having the positions, but then being able to fill the positions is a challenge that we're all facing.
One last thing, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I had to bring this up. Do you have any kind of outgoing statements as a superintendent in regards to what we can do to continue to address or bring up how we're going to fight up against unfunded mandates? I had to bring up the word.
Yeah.
But
I don't have great parting words or words of wisdom there. I think because Franklin's a hold harmless district, in terms of, actually I do have, it's not so much about the funding, it's about the mandate. So I think Franklin receives a sizable sum based on the decreased enrollment and being hold harmless. The Chapter 70, there's a significant amount of excess aid coming into the town according to the state's formula. So it's not, I think it's less about the funding and more about focusing on what mandates can be lifted, what can we take off the plate, so that the community can focus in on its community-specific needs.
Yes.
So where's the
You nailed it.
regulatory relief?
You nailed it right on the head. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think. Dr. Hearn, Miriam, Chair Spencer, Dave, all the school committee members out there and in the audience. I look at what you've done this year, and it's amazing, all the hard work. It's obvious with this budget that you've cut, and you've been very efficient in trying to put all the pieces together, and it must have been, it was a tremendous amount of work, I'm sure, and it's almost like you just pushed the rock over the hill. So I appreciate all the work that you've done. It's obvious that it was a lot. Through the FinCom meeting, someone, I think it was George, mentioned that the budget is very light on the administration, so that means like the third floor, I'm thinking the third floor, up near Jamie, there's not many people there that do all this work. And I almost think like maybe you need to make it a little thicker to get a lot of this stuff done, because it's a lot of work. But I appreciate all the work that Miriam does. I think you probably do all that by yourself.
She does.
She does, okay, so she does. She does that all by, she does all the money stuff by herself.
With a smile.
She's really smart, but she's overworked, I think. One of the other things I heard on the FinCom meeting, I think Miriam could correct me, that you were thinking about starting a dyslexia program, which I think is wonderful. And how much do these programs cost? Like, how much do you get a grant for it? Like, where does this money come from?
So, we are anticipating needing to provide additional services in reading, particularly for students who are diagnosed with dyslexia. There's a big state expectation and push around the screening.
Is this another unfunded mandate?
Providing those services. And I think that the thinking is evolving. We have our specialized programs in, differing schools based on the profile of student and their needs. And as far as dyslexia goes, I think it's shaping up to be maybe services that occur in all of the elementary schools rather than kind of a designated program, but very specific. I want to make sure I'm saying the right thing. Probably nodding your head.
They're nodding, I think.
Rather than, kind of a specialized program in one of the schools. And so you're talking about, some teaching staff that are specialized. We've already added 2 positions, one at the middle level and in FY22, and then in FY23 there's another teaching position at the elementary level to support dyslexia, services for students with dyslexia. All told, I'm not sure we have projected out necessarily what that would look like all told, but we're aiming to add a couple positions, I would say, over the next couple of years to support those reading services.
That's great. I would think it would, like, all staff would have to be trained to be able to identify.
Yeah, so that's thank you for adding that, because it wouldn't necessarily be just staff that we would bring in with that expertise, but we have been making a concerted effort to train staff that we have, using some of the funding that's in the budget, train them in the special reading programs in order to provide those services. So that is another avenue, and we have been pursuing it.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. And Dr. Hearn, we will miss you.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Handley. Councilor Frongillo.
Thank you. Again, I'll echo a lot of what's been said. I don't think that there's anyone that, any place at school has been harder on than our school staff, faculty, and school committee members. And so we appreciate all of you. I think something that Councilor Jones articulated well, and Councilor Cormier-Ledger touched on, is what's really, I think, entered the town dialogue and town understanding, which is how much we're underfunding our schools, or at least how big of a desire it is to spend more on our education. I think I've certainly heard that as a top priority, or as the top priority around town, and I think the most recent election reflected that. In a town, we're constantly getting awards, best, DPW director got an award, water got an award, police is getting recognition, fire is getting recognition, finance, like all of these are top in the state, and I think people are starting to recognize that the place that we might be falling short is our schools, and that's not to say that we're not doing fantastic. I said last year that we do a lot with very little, and I stand by that. It doesn't take long to be in a school to be amazed by how well we're preparing our students, despite being in the bottom 25% per pupil expenditure. We're nowhere near that percentage, and just about any statistic you want, APs, SATs, graduation, extracurriculars are top in the nation. Sports are, we are top in the state. So I commend you for what you have done with what you have. But we think that there's room for more. Now, we as a council are, assuming this goes forward, are giving you everything that you asked for this year. Now, I think a lot of that, a lot of the ask was in some recognition of the constraints of the town and what was reasonable to be asked and how much can you continue to ask in future years. And so we appreciate you attempting to, sort of measure yourselves and give us a reasonable ask. And I'm proud of the town. I mean, I think that if you're out there saying, hey, I voted and, wanting to improve funding for schools, our operating budget's going up $4.3 million this year. 56% of that, if I did my math correct, is going toward our schools. So we are, making improvements, and we're, again, giving everything you asked for, which has not always been true in the past. So my question to you is, what wasn't asked for? What's not being funded that could be if we had more funds?
Sure, thank you. So there were a couple of things that were in the discussions that didn't make it into the budget. Some of it's a capacity piece, but some of it also too is in recognition of what is reasonable, what are the town finances, having a conversation with Jamie about where things stand in terms of expected revenues. And the two items that we had discussed a lot at the budget subcommittee included world language and expanding our world language programs. This comes up over and over again as a desire of families. I haven't done any formal surveying, but every now and again I'll get some communications from families who may choose to send their children to the charter school in particular, where there may be world language offered and choices offered earlier than they are in Franklin Public Schools. If those students chose to stay in Franklin Public Schools, not that I want to compete with our colleagues down the street, and I have a high regard for the work that Heather Zonowski is doing at the charter school, but it's just an example of a program that would be highly, highly desired by families, but more importantly, teaching language skills and language acquisition and all of the culture that comes with that at a younger age when students are primed to be learning languages. And so it would be implementing and instituting elementary world language, as well as, if I had if I really would offer a solution there too, in terms of expanding to meet those needs, would be also providing choice in world language in middle school and expanding offerings in world language at the high school. So really building out the world language program to meet those portrait of a graduate skills and kind of a contemporary education. I think we've talked a lot about making sure that reading materials that students have represent windows, mirrors, and sliding doors, meaning that they are seeing themselves represented in the books that they read, seeing a diverse set of characters in the books that they read, and what opportunities that presents to them to experience that world. And I think our K-8 libraries are areas that could use more professional. Our ESPs do a tremendous job, but they are not trained librarians and media specialists. And so that was something that we've talked about as well in terms of restoring. Those were positions that had been cut, but restoring library media specialists in K-8. Again, our ESPs have done a tremendous job of adding texts and adding materials and kind of walking around the libraries and seeing what those texts are. There's some diversity that is being represented, this being Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month display in one of the libraries today that I saw focused on that theme. But yet there still is also a need to cull through older materials, and in some ways the older materials that are on the shelves is a bit of a time warp. One of the books that I saw referenced Laura Bush as the first lady. And so it's just kind of indicative of kind of a time warp because nobody's going through the materials, and some of them do become historically outdated, or in terms of our cultural proficiency materials that we may not want to have on the shelves for students to take out. So having a professional in the libraries to do that work, and also develop literacy skills and a passion for reading would be another area. I think consistent with the library piece, you're also seeing districts move towards, and we're doing it, they're doing a great job, but it's, again, gonna fall short of really what the kids need in terms of digital literacy and understanding kind of digital citizenship and having some coding opportunities at the elementary level. So I think that is an additional area that, you know, if you were saying, what do you really need? I think that the kids do really need that. And to fit all that into the elementary day would probably mean expanding the school day a little bit further in order to retain time on literacy and math instruction. And we do have a relatively short day compared to some neighboring communities where their elementary day might be more like 6 hours and 25 minutes or 6 hours and 30 minutes. So I think there's some pieces there. I also talked about student needs, free lunch and free breakfast, and continuing that is something that that I would advocate for kind of at the state level. It doesn't look like they're going to support it, but I think it really has been a leveler for our students. Some districts have, with more needs and more expectations on our teachers and the stress that they're feeling, they need more support, which is where math and literacy specialists come into play. Some districts also have SEL coaches to help teachers integrate and attend to social emotional learning and well-being of students in the classroom. And then this would be on my list, it has kind of already been alluded to tonight, but I do think that we're really lean in central office. I think it's not a real exciting position to put in that, you know, somebody would, you know, kind of necessarily rally around, but we are really lean in central office. When the pandemic happened and we shut down schools, a lot of communication, our systems broke and we had to rebuild them, and who does that? And system-wide, there's partners in the buildings that do it, but the central office team really had to build those systems back up in the remote environment, and then you go back to in-person and you have to figure out how to do it all over again in person. And we've, I think, developed an increased reliance on the central office team, whether they're administrators or non-administrative personnel. So taking a look at the structure up here to see if we have enough support, and I would offer an assistant business administrator and an assistant technology director would go a long way, because I think we are really lean, and so I would add that to the list too.
Wow. Thank you for that list.
Tough question there, Cole.
Yeah.
It's a great question, though. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing that list, and I hope others are hearing that list, and I hope we're hearing that list and not hearing fluff. I mean, digital literacy, basic literacy skills, reading, up-to-date reading materials, basic needs, food for students who need it, assistance for administration, social emotional learning, language, like these all seem like very basic pieces that are needed in education that our current students are missing out on. So I appreciate you providing that list for us. And if I could actually add one more, or possibly, I'd be interested in your thoughts. So when I hear today you've said high turnover. We have high turnover of faculty, a lot of relocations going to other places, and a difficulty replacing positions. To me, a lot of that is culture and what it is to be a teacher, but a lot of it is salary and having competitive salaries. And then, you know, that's just to fill positions, not even talking about quality of teachers and really pushing and, you know, making sure that we're attracting top talent. So I think our mind goes to positions, but there's, you know, I guess I'm asking, you know, is there also a piece of, you know, are we able to offer as competitive salaries as we would like? And I guess a second piece to that question would be, you know, do we look at the cost of, you know, when we're talking about the cost of salaries, are we also comparing that with the cost of vacancies and replacement of turnover?
Yeah, so we, you know, look at comps and we take a look at similarly sized communities, or we look in the region. We belong to two collaboratives. One is the Accept Collaborative, and one is BICO, which is here in Franklin, and it's basically the region, and we collaborate for, in particular, special education services. And so we use them for salary comps, and you know, I do think that you know, especially in terms of the pride we take in Franklin and the aspirations we have for students, there's room for improvement. In terms of vacancies, you know, we have lost some candidates who didn't come to Franklin because of the salary decrease. And in terms of vacancies that we can't fill, we've never quantified it. We've never kind of quantified the cost, but certainly every time you have turnover, there's going to be some measure of administrative cost that happens. I think that there are some positions that are still going to be hard to fill.
Sure.
Because there's just not enough candidates, kind of independent of what a reasonable salary would be. So it's kind of a mix, probably depending upon, you know, when you think about the number of staff we have, it's kind of probably a mix. You know, but the comps are all, you know, publicly available, and you know, I think it's a fair question.
Appreciate that. Thank you. So those are my two big questions. I have a third small one, which just happened to have you guys in front of me. So, and this is something that had come up, but we put a lot of effort into attempting to change culture, especially in our high school. You know, around our DEI initiatives, around bullying, around just, you know, letting people know what's going on. And one of the best tools that we have for communicating to students is Panther TV, the sort of morning announcements that are super, super well recorded and put together, and a lot of thought and time goes into that. As I talk to students, they say that most teachers don't put them on in the mornings, and that very, very few of those are ever seen by students. So if I could put a small thing in, maybe that's worth, you know, re-examining.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard of it, and be happy to take that back because they do a tremendous job.
Yeah. All right, so those are my three things. I would end on a thank you to you. Again, another friend that I highly commend the effort that you put in to get around the community, to show up. Another friendly face on the Freedom Team meetings. And as excited as we are for Lucas, we're really sad to see you go. So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Sheridan.
There's nothing else to ask. As parent of 3 kids, I want to thank you for all your service. My first son's graduating next Friday, so I'll be there. And I thank you for all your service and everything that a lot of other councilors have covered as far as funding and piece of salary. That's the stuff I was going to ask. Thank you so much for your service, and good luck in Barnstable.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any questions in the audience? You're not the audience.
No, I feel like it tonight, though. Do.
Are you talking too much?
No.
Town administrator.
I think it's more than well-deserved that I really would appreciate everybody giving Superintendent Arnold a huge round.
That's good. Her face matches her jacket.
Any questions in Zoom land?
Everyone in Zoom land fell asleep.
Did you,
Yeah, they're watching the
Dave,
Celtics.
did you want to?
I know, I didn't even check the score.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Thank you all for the questions, this open dialogue, this discussion. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and hear us out. Thank you for considering our budget. And just like to echo what's already been said. And a lot of hard work was put into putting this budget together from Sarah, from Miriam, and also from us on the budget subcommittee as well as on the school committee. A lot of thought was put into it. And when I think about all the work we do in the school committee and all we see, I think to a recent presentation actually that kind of puts a nice button and very human face on what goes into our budget. And we had a recent presentation of the Franklin Unified basketball team, and if you're not familiar with this, we have, it's wonderful that we have this program. It's with students with special needs and without special needs coming together onto one team, and recently they were able to represent not just Franklin, but all Massachusetts at the Special Olympics down in Florida. And we're just so happy for them, just really truly the best of what Franklin has to offer. But the fact that this program exists in Franklin is a testament to what we are providing our students here. The fact that we have such amazing extracurricular activities that all of our students can participate in, feel included, have a sense of community is excellent. The fact that we have special education programs and proper supports for those students to be able to have the education that they need here in their hometown is a testament to the quality of education that we're providing for everyone. And on top of that, the fact that we can provide that education here for those students and that they don't have to go out of district is also an efficiency in our budget that we are saving money through that means as well. So taking all this together, I think it just puts a wonderful face to what we are providing for Franklin students and for what Franklin Public Schools truly is. So I just wanted to bring that to light for all of you and just thank you for your support of this.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Folks, thank you very much. Okay. Moving on, the next item held
You need 10.
DPW. Department 422.
That's right. I don't even know if I'll get to it. We have tomorrow.
And again, I'll start, Brutus, thank you to the entire DPW staff, administrative team. They're often, this department is often unmentioned. Essential workers who keep our community running strong all year long by maintaining our streets, water and sewer systems, and many other tasks that most of us don't even think of because they're doing their job and doing it well. So thank you to the entire department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have two quick ones, hopefully. What services are restored in this year's budget from FY '22?
So
not to backtrack a little, we had lost, our biggest thing we lost was we lost 2 positions
Right.
previously. And that was because of the stormwater mandate, that we had to make cuts to what EPA said we had to do. So this year, my budget did go up, but we were able to get two positions back. So they, as of July 1st, we're looking for folks now, but July 1st, we get two positions back into the Public Works General Fund. So that's been a big help. So we're looking forward to that if we can get people like everybody else has been talking about.
Understood.
That's been the biggest thing we were able to restore.
Okay, great, thank you. Can you give us just quickly some project updates of what work will be going on in the town over the summer?
Sure. So we pretty much already finished up Arlington Street. We put the new water line in and down in that area. And that's, we were able to get that project out early. And, because we could sit and talk about materials and everything else, but they had the pipe and everything. So that job's buttoning up. Came in on budget, which was very good. Macintosh Roadways, that whole neighborhood, has been a disaster for like as long as I've been here. So we got all the water pipe, the drainage, the infrastructure in, so now we're gonna go ahead and, repave it. We had a neighborhood meeting last week, and went over, our roads program, everything like that. So that, is gonna be starting late June, early July. Once again, that job, that came in on budget. What we estimate, I've been very surprised by a lot of these. Country Club Water Main is, and one we've been planning to do, was gonna be done next year, but because of ARPA money coming forward, we're gonna tackle the water main this year. So that's, been out to bid, and it should be starting in July also, so that, we're gonna be tearing up that area over there. The Grove Street Signal, you all know that's been out there for a long time. We bid that out, we got a good bid on that, we got all the easements in, so that's the first part of Grove Street. We put the signal in up on the Washington, go down about a quarter mile and do that. So that's the big phase there, so that's gonna be starting in, July also. The one that really came in good, and this is what folks are really gonna know around town, we're doing a mill and overlay, and that's where we take like the top layer off and fix everything. So we're gonna be hitting, King Street, basically, the whole length of King Street, sections of Union Street, and then, most people know that the majority of 140 is, maintained by the state, like out here, but we do own that section of town, so we're gonna redo the whole intersection of King and Chestnut. That's just been, everybody drives through there all the time. So it's gonna look like, that's gonna be very visible to the residents, and that came in like $200,000 under budget we anticipated. So
We like under budget.
I know. The bidder made a mistake in adding a mistake, but by law, he has to accept it. So, and then the SNET Trail, which is, a lot of folks do use it, and, so we're gonna be doing the grading out there. And I wanted to add earlier that in-house and Public Works, we're actually, because we're getting so much use out there, we're expanding the parking lot out there. So we're gonna kinda do that in-house, and we're working on that through Concon right now. Folks know up by Jefferson, we did that maintenance type thing called the micro seal on top of it. So that's a huge neighborhood, but we're gonna do the phase 2 basically of that. We're gonna get like the Harrison area, the Jackson Circle, so that whole area will be done, and that'll be pretty much in place hopefully next 10 to 15 years. Grove Street, this is the one that Jamie and I always talk about. It's a big project, it's gonna be $4 million with all the funding sources done. But that's gonna be going out to bid shortly, and we should start that's almost a 2-year job, so we're gonna hopefully start this fall, and then going forward. And then, stuff that Carlos oversees, I'm sorry, this is Carlos Rebellis, the highway and ground superintendent. Derek Adams is the stormwater environmental affairs. But we're also, we've already put out, we're doing miscellaneous asphalt work, just fix like we do with different things. They met with the concrete guys today. We're gonna be fixing, we heard from the council, about 100 panels, different locations in town for sidewalks. And then we do our typical infrared repairs, the castings and stuff like that. So the biggest thing, some of the things, we're just waiting on materials for the water pipe, was available, wasn't available, but, so there'll be a lot going on this summer, so.
Great. Good. Good to hear. Okay, questions from the council? Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you as always. I won't go through my typical rant around how much we're underfunding our road maintenance and building out in a way that's unsustainable, but that's still true. My, yeah. Sorry, that was the short. That was the abridged version. I gotta throw it in.
We like the abridged version.
Especially commend you for the work on SNET, and I'm super excited about the improvements there and the parking lot expansion. My two main buckets. First one is around just sort of priorities within house. I would imagine, I'm fairly sure that in terms of money spent on a ride, on like moving someone around town, that it costs a lot less for us to move someone who's walking, riding, or biking around town and providing them the services. And I'm wondering if, how often we look at whether we're appropriately prioritizing those movements around town, both in our construction of new infrastructure, as well as our maintenance, and sort of within maintenance, our snow removal within that. I know that we got complete streets, super excited about that, and we haven't been able to implement. I would imagine that's part of your answer, but I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on how we prioritize those projects and if there's been a change in priorities.
We're constantly evaluating what we do, and I think, you and I have talked, and I know the chairman and I have talked about sidewalks, particularly, and I will say, not that I was ever skeptical, but, the town made a great improvement when we did Pleasant and Chestnut Street, and it's amazing. I drive around town, people use it all the time, and that was great, and I was surprised about how much it was, and that was a great investment in town. So, we're looking at different areas in town to keep tying stuff together to get, the great turn conductivity and moving stuff around. So we're doing that. The Complete Streets program, obviously, we look at it. But, at the end of the day, we're still dealing with, most people still drive cars. And I gotta tell you, suburbia, since the pandemic, the transportation use of the cars has gone up. People go by the train station. People still driving into town. They're still getting out. So we have to react to that, because that's an immediate priority right now, and that would be the Grove Street light, that, it's been under study for years. And then we also deal with, we're a suburbia type town, so it's the traffic calming aspect of it, so we want to reduce roads. And then it's really interesting. On one hand, they're like, oh, you got to use less impervious area, but we want to put more bike lanes in. That's what they say. And so I'm not dealing with a stormwater issue on one hand, but I'm trying to balance it out other ways too. So, but your answer is yes, we're always looking at that. And we're trying to do, Carl's got a lot of good things with our signalization in town, whether folks know. We used to do the signal, everything was timed before. Now we're trying to get more cameras in there, so it's actual reads, and so instead of sitting there for 2 minutes, hey, if no one's there, the light changes, people aren't idling their vehicles or moving stuff along. That's a good point. So, we're, some money in here, we're gonna upgrade a couple more like that. So yes, we are constantly looking at stuff like that.
Awesome. If I could just briefly push back on a few of those.
Sure.
One would be, if something was useful, people would use it. If there was more safe walking and biking infrastructure, and it was maintained and clear of snow in the winters, then I think you would see usership increase, and thus use of cars decrease. Right? If we build our world to prioritize cars, then you're going to get more car driving. I also think that a lot of Frank and for All is going to be at least somewhat gently increasing the density around our downtown. That's more people that will be within walking, biking, and wheeling distance of some of their basic needs and the commuter rail. So I think that might be the direction that we're going in terms of adding impervious. I think we have very wide roads in a lot of places, and so in many places it won't require an expansion of the roadway, or rather require people slowing down on straightaways or places where they can go a lot faster because they don't have to worry about people on the sides of the road. and maybe we can change both of those at the same time. But I hear you, and I'm glad that you're thinking about that all. My only other bucket was on compost, something that we've certainly talked about and gotten updates. And if I could just get the latest update on where we're at and thinking about removing some of our organic waste from our waste stream.
So right now, it's going to be maximizing the at-home compost bins, which I've been getting through a grant to state, for which is funded through the efforts of how well we're doing recycling through the curbside program. So the way that I see it, it's overall going to be a comprehensive program that involves the land transfer with the recycling center, and hopefully we can have something set up there where there could be a drop-off area. In the meantime, I think the way to go is for folks who are fortunate to have a space at their house, if they have one, to be able to purchase a discounted compost bin where they can start, instead of throwing those scraps in the trash, in the waste stream, they can compost at home. I think that's the most affordable way to do it now. Some towns or municipalities are doing a curbside collection service, which has its benefits, but also involves a carbon-emitting truck driving around town collecting these things. So the way that I see it, the best option forward would be, and there's a lot that's going to go into it beforehand, but one of the options could be, once the recycling center gets smoothed out in the future and there's more space up there, to have an operation there, whether it's town operated or a third-party vendor could potentially have a collection service that's done sustainably that can then bring that compost to the recycling center, process it there, and then make that available for the residents of the town. And that's sort of what I see going forward.
We love to hear it. We love to hear it. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are by far my favorite staff to ring up and pester regularly. I'm sure. But everyone is always super helpful and responsive and kind and courteous, and I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing at DPW. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kobe, you only go after them because you don't dare go after police and fire, right? Let's just be honest.
Take a bigger gun.
And I will echo what's been said, though. You guys do a tremendous job. And I want to say that before I criticize that, yes, snow removal, roads, parks and rec, but there's a lot to what you guys have to maintain and keep up, especially with less staff. And I've talked about sidewalks before, and I'm not talking about building new ones. I'd really like us to somehow put together some sort of comprehensive plan to address existing sidewalks, particularly in our neighborhoods that are not new. Because we've got parts of Franklin that, you know, from the 50s, from the 60s, from the 70s, from the 80s, like these aren't newer developments. And I can walk up and down Oakland Parkway, for example, and talk to any number of those neighbors who can never recall a sidewalk being redone. And it shows, like, no, not, you know, trying to bust them, guys, but like you can clearly see that that sidewalk is aging and people can't walk on it, and there's so much trees and so much shade, obviously, that it's damaging the sidewalks. But people would feel a little more comfortable if there was at least a plan, right? If there was a list they could see that said, hey, yeah, town's not going to get to it this year, but we're going to get to it, you know, a couple of years from now, or maybe there's, you know, somebody at least kind of watching the ball. I appreciate new projects very much, but people should be able to walk around their own neighborhood and not have to step out onto the street with their stroller or with their dog or just on their morning jog. They should be able to use the sidewalk. So is there anywhere in here, and I know it's a massive budget and I know it's late, but is there somewhere in here where I could get a little glimmer of hope that some existing sidewalks are on the plan for the new budget?
I could say yes, but honestly, no.
I appreciate your honesty, so, okay.
You can always count on Bruce.
Yeah, yeah.
We did hear you, and that's like I talked about earlier, like the concrete guys are coming and start fixing panels. We're doing a lot of high focus work. we've really identified our sidewalks that we're trying to do with our roads program. I think when we do the whole infrastructure all together, you know, I could give you a myriad of lists of roads, Southgate, all through there. We've redone all the sidewalks out there, you know. But the priority that I've really gotten right now is that there are so many roads in town that are awful. Just the roads, and the roads are somewhat more of a priority. That's what I'm told, you know, because it's people are getting potholes, they're wrecking their cars, they're doing other things. But I never ignore a sidewalk in a neighborhood when we're in there. We're doing a total reconstruction. If there's really some serious safety type things, you know, really heaving or stuff like that, we do go and mark them, and we try to do like that. And Carlos, I know, has done some sidewalk replacements.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that, you know, replace things, but the whole thing going through a whole neighborhood is very difficult to do. I just.
No, and I recognize that it's, you know, it's not an easy thing, right? And that maybe if a section or a particular street was done 1 year at a time, I know over time there was just a plan, because it is a safety issue, just like driving, to Councilor Frangillo's point, it's a safety issue for people walking too. And if we want to encourage people to be out using the sidewalks, then they need to be actually usable.
And so, I will add that, you know, we do our pavement management plan. I think we do it we update every 10 years, and that's how we came up with our roads list and our ratings. We're actually doing, part of that, we're doing some of the sidewalks right now, and we've been focusing on handicapped sections, because that's obviously very user type thing. So that's part of our plan now, and we do study it and where it's gonna go. But, you know, I say to the residents at home, if there's really, you know, an area that they feel concerned about, please reach out to us, because we do try to fit things in and do things. But if I've truly done a comprehensive study of all the sidewalks down, I have not. I just don't have the resources. I mean, even in this budget this year, we had to cut, I think, $300,000 from road that was in the operating budget.
Correct.
Because, you know, for the funding of the stormwater and the phosphorus control plan and stuff like that. So eventually, I think we're gonna see some of that restored when we get, you know, the utilities up and running. But this year was, you know, a tough year again.
But we don't completely neglect those, you know, if a resident calls and says, you know, there's some bad areas, I mean, we've sent guys out, they've cut out those really bad areas. Maybe there was some roots and stuff in those areas, but, you know, we try to do our best to get out there and at least get the really bad areas patched with what we have for staffing and money at this time.
I recognize it's challenging, and, you know, I'm happy to send you pictures sometime of how bad Oakland Parkway is and how bad
Oh, I'm not
some other sections are, right? But if at any point you find yourself with some surplus money from a job, maybe you can head on over with a crew and get a couple of sidewalks done. That would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here tonight, Carlos and Derek and Brutus. It's always good to see you guys here. I won't talk about the bike lanes on the roads, because we've already got that. SNET, really excited for the SNET work you guys are gonna be doing. I have one question about the recycling of the pink bags, the change of that process, and do you think that because now we have to set up our own time for the pickup, do you think that we'll have more of that stuff that normally got recycled in the trash, and will that cause the fee to go up?
Through you,
I
Mr.
think that makes sense, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, we had to adjust that plan based on the fuel costs associated with collecting those, the pink clothing bags is what you're referring to?
Yes, sorry.
So they used to traverse the entire route, trash route every single day and pick up the bags that were there. And of course, when the program first starts, there's a lot of people who are donating a lot of clothes because it's new. And over time, it's smoothed out.
Right.
And taking that into consideration, along with the fuel costs that we've seen, the most sustainable way to provide the service, which isn't offered in every town. This is something that Franklin does to go, to make it even easier for people to recycle their clothing. We tried to do it in such a manner that would be consistent as much as possible with the existing program. So people can either call to schedule a pickup, or they can go online to schedule a pickup. And we also have a drop-off location at the DPW and a drop-off location at the recycling center. So there's a couple options for people to still use. And if anybody has any suggestions to make it even better, I'm all ears. But we really wanted to reduce unnecessary travel to collect those items.
So I just want to clarify the folks at home, you're not paying for the service.
Right.
Just, so just wait there, you know, we say we're working with them,
Yeah.
but ultimately they're doing it for free. It's not costing us anything, and to your point, it does save us money, because if we take 1,000 pounds of clothes out of our single stream or waste, we don't pay for it. So that's how it saves us money, actually.
Yeah, that's one of the things I worry about, is that more people will, it'll be easier just to put it back into the trash instead of using the recycle bins. But it's great to know that we can bring it to the DPW or
Yep, there's a
the
bid around the
recycle
side.
center,
Yep.
and we don't need the pink bags anymore. Is that true?
That's correct. You can just use either, it should just be any bag that's kind of labeled, sort of like some other donation systems have, as long as you write on the bag. But you could also print out a special tag for it as well.
Okay, all right.
And we got plenty of pink bags of people.
And that's been pretty consistent between 15,000 and 20,000 pounds a month for those.
Right, so if people
It's
then,
pretty significant.
that's, if that goes back into the waste stream,
That'd be very unfortunate, but we haven't seen those numbers dip yet. I mean, of course, we haven't received anything from the new system.
Right.
But over time, it's been pretty consistent.
okay. And I'm sure that you'll be able to see if the amount of waste goes up from, once we start this, yeah. Thank you for that information. I think I saw a lot of pink bags out on the side of the road the other day, and I thought, oh, there's a new way to do this. We need to get more people that information. I've had a lot of people ask me about some kind of, if they can help with trails, and I was wondering if you guys were thinking about putting together like a citizens brigade that could go out there and help you with the recreational trails and things like that.
So.
Or if I should just tell people to,
Yeah, so typically in the past, it's people come to us. And
Okay.
say, okay, I got a bunch of folks together, we wanna do this. And the two
Yeah.
best examples I can say is our dog park.
Mhm.
That we funded, but they maintain that, pretty much. You follow me? We help out occasionally, we built it, but they're maintaining it.
right,
Same thing would be the vegetable garden,
yeah,
which has been very successful too. We kinda built it, you know, the council appropriated money, but they maintain it, and they take care of it, they do
Ryan
stuff.
maintains it.
Yeah. No, we've done a lot together with that, but that's
Yeah.
two good successes. So going forward, it's like, yeah, if people wanna help out, yes, I'm not in charge of all the trails, you know, a lot of that's conservation.
Right.
We try to help out when we can,
Okay,
but I think if as a group wants to come together, we will certainly work with them. It's like, you know, we work with so many different groups, like, hey, we're gonna do a litter pickup, you know, on Earth Day. We're the guys that go out and pick up all the trash after Charles River Watershed that picks up everything, you know, we help out. But do not have the time, staff, or personnel to lead people around and do stuff.
right.
You can tell me and we'll help you.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of part of the facilities discussion I said earlier in regards to the high school and other grounds, litter, trash pickup. I know it's probably, again, for you guys, a personnel issue, right? Or is it more of just more trash that happens to be propagating around the town, litter?
Well, it's a couple things. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's personnel, some of it we do contract out, and some of it's communication.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was kind of touched on before, and a number of barrels. I mean, we gotta get a balance here, of what's going on, because if I put all these barrels out there, then people are gonna be just throwing stuff all over the place, and they don't pick it up. We do go out there, we do get it. You know, Carlos has done a great job. I could send you emails he sent out to all the coaches, and Ryan was spot on. Once we started getting the coaches in there a little more, get them involved, they make them clean up after themselves. But if we're not sending out this information, then it does get overwhelmed, and we only have so much system. You know, back in 2010, when we were laying people off and everything else, we were gonna pull every trash barrel. Say, hey, we'd come to a take in, take out, and a lot of towns do that.
Yeah.
Right, and then it turns into like, he knows all the schedules, he knows the schedule, school department knows the schedule, so if it's a Friday afternoon, and I'm not picking on any team, but it's the girls lacrosse team out there, okay, and they show up, and it's all littered, well, you know what? We maybe don't get to use the field anymore, because you're not taking care of it. So, it is a balance, it's an education, but, yeah, more people are at home, so we are getting more trash, And we do put the appropriate number of barrels out there, we really do.
Have you noticed that there's been any illegal dumping across the town at all?
We get it occasionally, I mean, we've sent them out, but, you know, Derek, I've done in the past, the police have been really good, we love calling, you wouldn't believe what people throw out, they're so stupid, they leave all their bills in there. I mean, we just call the police up, okay, we'll go tell them. My favorite was, we caught a kid, we found his ID in there, and then we found a bong in there that they had a party, and they were just trying to get rid of it. So I got the dad there, and we're going through, and we find all the stuff, and it's so, yeah, we get it, but, they're pretty easy to track down. That's probably not what you want to hear.
It's 10:30. Right. It adds comic relief, though.
Yeah.
Especially at
At
10:35.
10:30.
Yeah. Other than that, Brutus, I can't begin to rave how great of a job the DPW does in general. You guys are awesome. It amazes me how you can get to 27 square miles, or whatever our town is, and get as much done as you guys do with the time and the personnel that you have. It's just an extraordinary feat. Everybody does such a great job. I just wanted to shoot some accolades out to everybody.
Got a great team from the top to the bottom.
Absolutely.
These guys sitting next to me and
certainly
our
do.
newest laborers, they're all great.
You certainly do, and I know there's a lot more coming down the pike. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for coming out. Brutus, in your budget, I know it went up, but you figured in for fuel costs going up so high?
I'm so glad you asked this. So, I was thinking about how to say this to you, and I always want to remind you folks that with my budget, which is so much different than every other budget you see, whether it's a school department, my budget, depending on which utility or whatever, but it's 60 to 70% of our expenses. That's it at the end of the day. And we do a really good job forecasting. I think you know that. We're usually we run averages over 5 years up and down. We're so affected by different things, and we've been pretty much spot on. I can tell you, I've had a hard time really figuring out this last 6 months. Okay, with it, the year started with inflation, and then we have the war, and then we got fertilizer plants blowing up. I mean, you just name it. So, like in this budget, before what happened in Ukraine, I already increased our budget by $70,000 for fuel, okay? What's happened now since then, because we started preparing this budget last December, Kathy and I were running the numbers. If things just stay the same, we're another $170,000 that we don't have in next year's budget. If we keep staying at where we're at.
Right.
It's a difficult thing because Public Works, as it says, we touch on everything here, the police, the fire, every piece of equipment, we got our hand in, the schools, all the water, everything. So the chemicals that we have to use, it's very volatile right now. And the last thing I want to do is come to you, next May, but I'm saying it right now, is like, I can't help this. I really don't. I put the best budget forward, and I have, and I've looked at it. We did very well. Even the contract that we were part of a consortium buying fuel, like, this will make people really happy at home. Up until last week, we were still only paying $2.35 a gallon for diesel.
Yeah.
We're paying market price now because our contract ran out and they're not renewing contracts, so we gotta wait till they're gonna do it. And I would honestly say to you, I would not wanna buy fuel right now. I would say, let's wait a couple of months, cause I don't know how much higher it's gonna go, but it's gotta go lower. It just has to. So, but that's just one example.
No, that's
where we're at. And that's a tough thing about
Yeah.
this budget. It's a big budget, but most of it's expenses. It's just like all you folks at home, you're trying to figure out food costs, fuel costs, repairs that how many buildings, sewer lift stations that we take care of that are gonna be fixed?
No.
So, I have.
No,
But I
that's
can't
all.
give you the
That is-
best
No,
answer.
there's no way you're gonna be able to figure it out. It's impossible.
Correct.
But that's it. And I was gonna bring up the bike lanes, but be careful because the business owners are suing Cambridge because they're all shutting down because they got bike lanes.
Thank you, Councilor DeLorco. Is there any other counselor that has a question?
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience? Dr. Ahern.
Thank you. I just want to add maybe a detail around the campus and the grounds. We sent out a notification, and I think it would be good general information for
Sure.
people to know. We sent out a communication last week talking about some of the difficulty we're having with unsupervised kids on school grounds after hours. So we've talked a lot about the teams and the coaches and people intervening in that regard. But I am wondering if some of the litter that may be experienced is from some unsupervised kiddos. We want our campus to be a welcome place for kids who are, coming and being on the playground and stuff after hours, and we don't want to have to shut anybody down. But they are engaging, and we have had reports of unsafe behavior, and have asked families to talk to their children about being safe and being respectful and being appropriate. And I don't think it's kids just being kids. I think kids can throw their trash away. I think that's something that they can learn, and that we can reasonably expect of them. So I just wanted to add that to the story and make you aware of it as something in the community as the weather's gotten nicer. That's something that we've seen.
Thank you, Dr. Ahern.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else in the audience that has a question or a comment? Is there anyone else in Zoom land? DPW,
Thanks, guys.
Mr. Canereggi, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for staying till the end.
Okay, next item held is 510 Board of Health, and I think it was myself that held that. I guess I was just curious about the staffing of that. Are we now using, do we share in a health agent? Go ahead. To you, Jamie.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, first and foremost, as I mentioned earlier, one of the main increase in the administrative personnel, the only increase, is just simply due to the fact that Melissa's salary downstairs was moved from the building department's budget to the health department. The second piece I would mention is in other contractual services, there's an appropriation at $39,250. That pays for our state-required part-time public health nurse. Through a recent regional alliance, which was actually on the goals for the council, we're not ready yet. It's still kind of finding its footing. With Rentham and Norfolk, we have received, well, we haven't received it all yet, which is kind of a sticking point, but we are getting about $900,000 over 3 years from a public health grant where DPH was really putting out, actually they approached us. They also approached us about, and they've given us the funding for a full-time epidemiologist, at least up until the end of this fiscal year. It may continue on. There's still a lot of questions and what-ifs. But all of that money that I just mentioned, Mr. Chair, is all off budget. It's not included in the operating budget because it's all grant funding, subject to appropriation at the legislative level.
Okay. You answered 90% of my questions with that statement. Any other questions from the council? Anybody in the audience? Anybody on Zoom? Moving on. Next item held was 6:30, recreation.
Right.
Seltzer up 12.
Just
so you know.
We got both balls on.
Actually 20. Sorry. 20.
Bobby.
Okay.
Was it on that TV, Jay?
Thanks, Ryan, for coming. It's nothing big. Your budget's fine. Everything's good.
Thank you, I've been sweating back there.
No. Budget's fine.
Gone through every
Yeah.
line item and
As far as I'm
everything.
concerned, you're the best rec director in the state of Massachusetts. But I just want the people to know, I know what the answer is, but the upcoming projects coming, that we're looking for, probably next year.
Yeah, well, we haven't got it voted through yet, but
Yeah.
community preservation money we're looking to do the Nason Street tot lot to completely renovate that whole thing and
Yeah.
put in ADA compliant surfacing, and we're looking to do the Beaver Pond expansion project, complete that. We just got a contract to do all the rough grading for that.
And then Jamie had put in for a $200,000 grant with the state to do the Fletcher Field playground over, so we're hoping to get that funding as well, but
Right.
crossing our fingers that all that money comes in and we'll have a lot of projects done. And then we also have, we're looking at doing King Street, some work over at the King Street Memorial Park as well. I won't get too ahead of myself, but that's 2024.
Yeah.
I also just wanted to mention, Sarah's 100% right about the whole trash issue.
Yeah.
I visit all the parks and playgrounds, and the unsupervised children are contributing to probably 90% of the litter. If you go down Fletcher Field, the rink, I mean, our staff is constantly sweeping up water bottles and trash. It's just, we have such nice facilities in the town. That's one of the problems, is they're all hanging out there, and which is good. They're playing. They're just littering.
Thank you for that.
I'm fine, I just,
Okay.
Thanks, Ryan.
Just a couple of quick questions, Ryan. Participation in programs?
Yeah, so we're way
New
up.
programs?
Yep, we're way up right now. Participation numbers are awesome. I mean, typically 5,800 kids in a year we're getting, so that's a big population of the town. The last 3 months have been off the charts. We've been 60,000 plus in revenue every month, the last 3 months, so, which, this is gonna be we're gonna break a record this year in revenue coming in, so it's been very good.
Staffing?
Yeah, we added a half a position into this budget. We had, two full-time, 2 part-timers. Now we have 3 and 1. And, yeah, staffing's going good. We have 58 active employees, and a lot of that is like, high school, college-age kids that are program aides that are helping. So minimum wage has gone up, so that's why you see about an $8,000 increase in our seasonal budget, and it's more for like getting our camp counselors up to minimum wage and those high school kids that help out with programming. So yeah, our staffing's great.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, so good to see you. And again, thank you for sticking around for the whole event.
Yep.
This was fun. Are you not still the only self-funded budget item on this budget?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Jamie that
From-
one. I know we are.
From my understanding,
answer.
from my understanding, every single budget season, the recreation department, that your expense accounts and your line items are always self-funded through the fee base that you have for many of the programs that you have. And that is just a tremendous feat. Is that still true?
Jamie?
It is true. In fact, a couple of notes. It's in all likelihood, as the recovery kind of comes, I think more and more people obviously want to be active, be outside, participate in programs. I said it earlier, I think one of the things that clearly makes, Ryan, the best recreation director I've ever met, he just continually innovates based on customer service. We talk about, DPW and stuff. We're a customer service-based organization. We have to react to what people want. He's always knows 5 steps ahead of the audience, what they're looking for, and what people want. I think that keeps his revenues pretty good. I think registration, if I'm not mistaken, has been off the charts. So there very well could be a surplus affiliated with that. And as I've spoken to Ryan before, if he keeps on being so damn successful, there may have to be, some adjustments, in the future, to his budget to add more to try to compensate for those demands. So, I think the last couple of years have been really good in that dollar-to-dollar framework, Counselor Jones.
Yeah.
I expect that to continue, and we'll just take it year by year.
So, I just need clarification on 2 words I'm really not familiar with tonight. Under budget and surplus, what do those mean exactly? No, but all joking aside, Ryan, the recreation department is absolutely just one of the best offerings that the town of Franklin could ever offer its community, because it's so well received by the citizens and the youth and the families in this town that I got to admit, I'm a recipient of it. My kids are recipients of it. My daughter played lacrosse and all the other various things in the town. But it is by far one of the aspects of this community that makes the town of Franklin quite literally one of the best places to live in the United States. Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Aren't you glad you stayed around, right? Yeah. Councilor Sheridan.
I agree with all the positive words, but I just, one concern, could we get lifeguards back at Beaver Pond?
Good luck with that.
No, no, just being honest, it's a tremendous expense, number one,
Yeah.
they're hard to find, number two. We're only open at the beach for 8 weeks, and to employ lifeguards for 8 weeks is really hard when you've got the Adirondack Club, the YMCA, you've got other organizations in town that suck up all of the resources, and they're paying them really well. We just don't get the volume of customers coming in that are gonna pay to recoup that money. We used to be about $30,000 deficit between when we paid the lifeguards and all the money that we brought in gate receipts, so.
But just a point of concern, you test the water.
We do.
Right, so the last time I took my kids there, it was the middle of the pandemic, it was packed. The kids had taken the old lifeguard chair, put it on.
We took them away.
I know, but they put it on, and it was diving off.
Yep.
And they were swimming, there was like, kids were doing floatables outside the swimming area and everything.
We staff it with a gate guard.
Yeah.
8 hours a day, just to keep it, residents only. We have a swim at your own risk policy there. A lot of towns are going to that model just because of the tremendous cost and the shortage of lifeguards. I mean, you're seeing it even at the MDC pools. A lot of the, local pools are having problems finding lifeguards. It's just hard to find them. I would love to do it, and if the council decides you want to fund something like that, we'll try.
Councilor Sheridan, you all set?
All set.
Just to follow up on one of the things that Councilor Sheridan said, do we rope off a swimming area?
We haven't in the past 3 years. Since
I'm
COVID.
just wondering if that might help some of the issue.
We can do that. We can do that. I have the equipment to do that.
Might just be worth it to try and,
We'll get on it.
contain it to a degree.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We'll get on
That's
that.
a good idea.
Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, just a quick addition to the praise. On the note of, responding to customer needs and demands, just yesterday, someone came up to me saying how great the new cricket pitch is. And this is something that I had brought to you, and super, super quickly, we had identified a location, worked with DPW to make it better, and just got tremendous praise for it yesterday. And apparently it's going to just only see an increase in use. So thank you for
Carlos
working
is
with
to
me
be
on that.
thanked for that. He did all the work. His guys did all the work on it. But yeah, we identified that JFK on the weekends wasn't being used for softball, and we allowed them to use that facility, and they've done some improvements up there, and Carlos's guys have done a great job, so.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Any other councilors? Seeing none, anyone in the audience? Anyone out on Zoom? Ryan, you can catch the last 2 minutes. It'll last about 2 hours, but, okay. Last item being held was Department 695, Cultural.
That's Ted.
Councilor Cormier Ledger.
So I'm the last one keeping everybody from going home, is that what you're saying?
So I still have to say adjourn.
Okay, well, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I guess I want to say, and one part of me is incredibly grateful that the $15,000 is there, and that it's level funded for, the Cultural Council uses that for grants, if many people don't know. I guess the part of me that criticizes this is it doesn't show an increase, and it doesn't really show our commitment as a community to arts and culture. I think as a cultural district, as a place that just had a cultural festival that brought in 8,000 people, that estimated revenue from that event was over $400,000, that came to artists, the food vendors, the alcohol vendors, and tickets for future shows. I mean, that's a significant economic impact to the town. And to see that we're not contributing anything here to go toward that festival for this fall, I think is a misstep. And that's no discredit to the team that put the budget together, because I know it's tough to make numbers work. But I do feel like maybe there's a way. It's nice to hear that Ryan has a surplus. That's, maybe there's a way the festival could somehow fall under the Park and Rec budget somehow, but I do think we need to look at a way to help so that that committee of volunteers doesn't have to find and fundraise $30,000. They don't have to find $7,500 to rent a tent over the stage. Like, there were so many groups that benefited from that festival and that have said to us what a fantastic thing it was for the town. And it's only going to grow. But if we take it for granted and we don't give that group some support, that will die. So I guess, implore everyone, if there's any possibility to find even some of that $30,000 that Kay and her team estimate it costs to put that festival on, I think that would be fantastic for the town.
Thank you.
Kobe has his.
Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Councilor Cormier-Ledger 100%. I think in a very rare case of self-defense, and I respect and I know that you're not saying this as some sort of critique, but I think it exposes a gap that the community at large has to also help out with their organizing. After the festival success last year, in a debrief, it was offered by myself to the Cultural Council to then put into this year's budget the full funding of the cost of the festival. And unfortunately, it seems like maybe that message didn't really get relayed fully. And there are some, I believe, in that constituency that felt that going out and continuing to get sponsorships or fundraise, whatever the techniques were, was preferred than having a town appropriation in this court. And while I think that clearly after seeing Michael Bobbitt, clearly after the cultural festival last year, clearly after Art Week a couple years ago, and from our own studies at MAPC that did the analysis a couple years ago, there is no question the town of Franklin is losing a lot of customers and a lot of money and tremendous economic opportunity in the culture arena and the arts. The Michael Bobbitt speech gave us the blueprint, I think, for the future. I think communication doesn't, I think these groups have to start working together and start communicating as one, start unifying, and really coming up with what Michael presented was really a strategic plan of some sort. It's not a bureaucratic thing you put on the file cabinet and nobody looks at it again, but something that's really constructive and tries to continue to make investments, every year in the town budget contributions, advocating at the state level. It was great that they kept on pointing at the state rep who was there, who could help out on this too. And so, I just respectfully, I think, ask the arts and cultural boards and committees and organizations in Franklin to really join forces and find a way to work together, because I completely agree with you, and I think you know that, and I think the council knows that, the community knows that. This is a big passion for me, personally and professionally. I think there's a huge opportunity for everybody to be uplifted, but I think there's a much deeper conversation that needs to happen from a grassroots perspective about what is the plan here, who's doing what, and where are we going to put those funds? Is it the cultural district line item, the cultural, and so forth. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Councilor Frangillo?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate Councilor Cormier-Ledger for marking this. I also had a hold on this because I think both of you articulated everything even better than I didn't know we had the numbers. I mean, the very little that we put into culture and arts comes back manyfold. and a whole bunch of different benefits. And the only other benefit I would add is just the value that it adds to town, which comes back in property value, it comes back in just people, quality of life around town. And I think that you articulated, I agree with all your comments. To Michael Bombas' comments, I just wrote down, I had asked him, this is the state director of Mass Cultural Council. I had asked him, what are communities that are doing better than others in the arts? What are the things that set them apart? And he identified 3 things. One is a master plan that sort of organizes everything. Another is a paid staffer, and a third is set space. I think I had those right. So that's sort of the direction that I think we want to be heading. The only place where I would differ in my understanding than yours, because I know that you are a big advocate and I agree with everything. The only place I would differ is I wouldn't put the onus on, or continue to put the onus on the volunteer arts advocates. I would put the onus on us as a town. We know that they need more. We know that it's that there's value, and I would echo Councilor Cormier-Ledger's ask that we, if we're going to increase anything, it's not much to make a pretty big difference. I would like to increase that line item.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Any other councilors?
Just quickly,
Go
through
ahead,
you,
Councilor Chen.
Jamie. So, I'm not disagreeing, I'd love to give them money, but I know that like the Safe Coalition, the Downtown Partnership, they all get the state grants, correct?
Yep.
So we're not giving them a dime, or no, the coalition, we give 50,000, yeah. But that comes from a certain funding source.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, so for the Safe Coalition, most of their funding comes through the state in the form of legislative appropriations. Outside of the appropriation we made this fiscal year, which we was working on the contract earlier today for the Safe Coalition for the $175,000 in this year's budget, which will go to them soon. That's going to be a one-time thing. If we get into funding nonprofits, that's an extraordinarily dangerous precedent. In terms of the cultural stuff, it is true, we do get a matching appropriation from the state that's not in the town budget for grants. And they go through a process, and Councilor Cormier-Ledger would know a little bit more about it than I do. Most of the grants are oftentimes smaller organizations, art organizations, I believe. Oftentimes it's teachers that are doing arts programs at the schools, and they have an idea outside of the school.
That's right.
It's a lot of different organizations. I do not believe the Safe Coalition does get money from the Cultural Council.
No.
And the Downtown Partnership,
no, I
I
didn't
don't
mean that.
believe gets money from the Cultural Council either.
No.
In the
No,
form
no,
of grants.
I was just asking where these other places get their money from. I was trying to figure out, like, can we use some of the marijuana money? I mean, I'm just trying to come up with a funding source, because obviously you're not gonna find 20,000 tonight. I mean,
No, I'm just gonna kind of wrap it up a little.
yeah,
please do.
But,
yeah, all right.
I've listened tonight, as I said earlier, I've been an audience member, it's really been quite, pretty cool. The amount of requests that I've heard validated is tens and tens of millions of dollars. So, folks, eventually, at some point, are gonna have to make some really hard decisions. In terms of trying to up any line item, again, I just remind folks, in November, we come back after all the state aid comes through, the state budget is completed, which will get done in probably July or August. Once we get our new cherry sheets and we find out where new growth is and we find out where all the revenue sources, this is why we do a fall meeting, just like many towns that do a special town meeting in the fall to close the loop on these items. So for all of the stuff that we've talked about tonight in every department, I just would hold, my personal professional opinion would be, is to approve the budget as is, tomorrow night, through the regular course. And let's watch where all of this goes over the next several months in terms of our revenue sources, including state aid and such. And we can certainly try to make an adjustment to a line item or look at what the revenues are like and make adjustments in the fall before we set the tax rate hearing. That's just a tip to everybody, for who doesn't know the budget process, we do come back in the fall and kind of recap everything out, close out the books, and set the tax rate in December. So, I've got a huge list of items. They're great ideas. They're ideas that largely I pretty much support across the board. Obviously, the price tag far exceeds the revenues we will have, far exceeds them. And I would recommend to come back in the fall and take a look at some of these line items, like the cultural council or some of the other issues that we've talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, I'm going to declare the first public hearing closed. We do have, by law, we're required to have a second public hearing, which will be held tomorrow evening. I'm going to ask my fellow counselors now, there's a lot of people that have stayed a long time tonight too, and I tried hard to get through this entire budget so that maybe we don't have to have these people or all of them come back tomorrow night. So what I would ask of my fellow counselors, if there is a department that you would like more information from tomorrow night, please tell me right after the meeting and we will get to those people and have them come to the meeting tomorrow night. Otherwise, I want to thank everybody for being here for a very lengthy session. I think it was a very informative night for a lot of us. I'm sure for a lot of the new counselors, it was very overwhelming.
Yeah.
And Brutus was normally, as he normally is, very entertaining. But
He's not even laughing at that.
no, he isn't.
Come on, Bruce.
And I'm very happy to see that the fire chief and the police chief made up in the back of the room. So with,
Mr.
Celtics won 93-80.
the Celtics won 93-80. So I would entertain
motion
a
to adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and second, non-debatable. All those in favor, say